So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack,
Hello, everyone. Hello. My hair is not behaving. Hello! How are we doing, everybody? I know, I was gone for so long. I let you wander in darkness. Or in the case of some of you, in dorkness. Hello! You all know who you are. Hi! Hello! Paladin Lost. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Potato Wraiths. Hello, Jedi Master Abby. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Kraken Pill 2. You got 2 hellos somehow against all odds. Hello, Erica. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Van Briggs. I don't know. I don't know if the redeems are broken or not. I guess I can say this now since it's June. I'm a featured Pride content creator on Twitch. Hello, everyone. Hello again. Third year in a row. Hello, everyone. Hello, I am Damo Suzuki. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Jesse B. Hello, Finn G. Swan. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Hexahedron. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, what? Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, CR. Hello, C321 D9Q. Hello, Scared Crow. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Borfboo. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Jess. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Default X. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello. Thank you for all being so patient with me. What's up? Hello, Cy Abelman.
Are you all ready to take the thick, firm, big politics?
Oh, the thicker, firmer, the better. It's true. Trains and Bullshit, congrats on being the first person to be absolved of your transphobia. As I do every Pride Month, subs and donos will get you absolved for your transphobic sins. Borfboo got to sleep. Thanks for the spooky streams. I'm glad you've enjoyed them. And did I see the new Kate Nash new song? I have no idea what that is, but hello, London Cheesehead. There is much bad politics, but there is some good politics as well. Glad Jack sounds better. Yes, I am doing better. I had a very bad brain day yesterday. Thank you all for being
11 months,
very kind.
Babyyyy.
Coming to Omega Star, thank you for the 11 months. Hell yeah. Being a green member in YouTube chat. You know, that's some dedication right there. I think if you do one more month, your little emoji membership emoji like levels up. Hello, Somniostatic. Hello, Rundo. Hello, Vaughn 400. Happy Pride, everyone. Do Imogene Olivia purchases provide indulgences from transphobia? Yes, they do, actually. They do. Thank you for bringing that up, Paladin Lost.
Forgive me for calling my trans femme friend dude even though she did not mind.
You are forgiven, my child. Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Now, folks, I do have to say and confirm that yes, Imogene Olivia's first lingerie collection is now live. I believe my partner will be coming on sometime in the next week or so to talk about it. And just letting you know, ImogeneOlivia.com, you can go buy gender euphoric lingerie for the very first time ever. There's never been gender euphoric lingerie before. We made it. And you want to know something? It's super comfy, and you know what? It's pretty sexy. I'm literally wearing it right now. It's good stuff. You know? Sounds gay? It's hella gay. Okay? You wear some Imogene Olivia lingerie to Pride. You know, I don't know that I can make any guarantees on behalf of the company, but I can tell you you're getting laid. You know, that's not my guarantee. That's just my speculation. I will be buying some. I'm in need of a new bra, so hell yes.
I hope it counts for internalized transphobia too.
Turtle Choom, it does. But you also have to work on the internalized stuff, because I know it gets my ass all the time. Thank you for the $5 donut. Hello, Nina Turner's Pet Dragon. Hello. But yeah, if you head over to ImogeneOlivia.com, you can see it in all of its glory. The website is live. I'm gonna link it for anyone who wants to check it out. and go nuts, okay? What does gender euphoric lingerie mean? So, gender euphoria is a feeling of, you know, rapturous bliss at the embrace of your particular gender identity.
Happy Pride, white flag
You know?
emoji, rainbow emoji, white flag emoji, rainbow emoji, white flag emoji, rainbow emoji, white flag emoji, rainbow emoji, rainbow emoji, rainbow emoji, rainbow emoji, rainbow emoji.
One-eyed heathen, thank you for the $5 dono. Are there any products for us? Well, Simric, that's the great part. Anyone can wear gender euphoric lingerie. Eric McKetton, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciated. So anyone can wear this lingerie. If you just want to feel feminine, but you're a cis dude, you can wear it. You just want like a larger gusset size and you're a cis woman, you also can wear gender euphoric lingerie. Okay, so the entire premise is that it was built for trans, you know, femmes from the ground up, but just because it's built for trans femmes doesn't mean like anyone can't wear it. The same way like skinny jeans were originally built or designed for women and then men started wearing them too. And you know what? Men, you look great in them, okay? So like it's one of those things where it's for anybody. You want to feel a little femme? You want to put on something lacy for your, you know, your gay lover or your straight lover. You know, maybe you're into like femdom. You want to like look tantalizing to your mistress. Look, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, like, you can buy something now that is going to fit you well and is not just going to be like a prop in role play. Like, you can wear this all day and it's gonna feel good. You know? So that's the entire premise. Also, if you have trans friends, you can buy them gift cards to use on Imogen Olivia. Right now, we only have the one set. However, it's a really fucking good set, and it comes in two different styles. There's the smoothing style that provides a smoother silhouette for your bits, and then there is the comfort style, which provides a little bit more breathing room for your bits. It makes sure everything's contained and, you know, is comfy. What about a part-time lover? Also works for part-time lovers. She's a slim-chested lady, so it may not be the right size and style for her. Well, actually, it's designed to be able to fit anybody. We have a very expansive size range for the bralettes and for the panties, and so it's. I would encourage you to look. I think that this will fit most people, and honestly, if it doesn't fit you, we actually kind of want to know that more, so that we can expand our size offerings in our future seasons. 22B. You know what? My partner will know that off the top of her head, and I'm just gonna ask. Does our bralette fit a 22B? There we go. Question asked. I'll let you know when I get a response. Or maybe 32B? Okay. Or a 32B? Question mark. There we go. I'm at work, cannot browse lingerie. That's okay, Civric. That's okay. I'll let you know if it fits. Just looked it up too. Wish you all some gender euphoria. Hell yeah, Jess. Oh, I didn't link it in the other chats. My bad. Here you go, folks. In other chats, if you want to check it out. There you go. giving my wife a link and asking her to spread the word. She knows a ton of people thanks to being in the acting space. Travis T, that'd be wonderful. Again, even if this isn't for you, if you can help spread the word, word of mouth helps us so much. Like we're really just starting. Like it's out of our house, guys. So anything you can do to help spread the word is very, very useful. You're very welcome, Omega Star. I gave the link to my wife because I want to be spoiled. Hell yeah, Nightlight plushie Jesus. I'm proud of my partner. My partner has been working so hard and busting her ass getting this all together. It's I'm really, really proud of her. So happy about this line. I prefer boxers / lady boxers, but I love that the options exist. It's true. And like, I totally understand why people would typically default to lady boxers. And in fact, I'm rooting for perhaps kind of a lady lacy boxer situation in the near future. But that's just on one of the ideas, might be on the chopping block. Who knows? When that paycheck hits, definitely going to pick one of these up. Hell yeah, hexahedron. I misread. I told thousands of moths. I thought it was word of moth. Well, at least you can, not a ton of effort to tell thousands of moths, right? Like, don't they all cluster together? You can whisper sweet nothings to all of them. Okay. So, yes, Imogene Olivia launched. We've officially been launched for 3 days, folks, and that is really, really, really fucking exciting. And like, it's not lingerie you can pick up at Amazon. It's not lingerie you'd pick up at like Target or something. It's a higher end product for folks who want to be comfy with their bits. And like, someone asked earlier, I think what asked earlier, like, what is the gender euphoric meaning? And it's just that, like, if you aren't a trans lady, okay, one thing to understand is that typically nothing is sized with us in mind, right? If you're a trans feminine individual, like, nothing is, if you are unconventionally sized, if you are outside of the narrow body type that is designed for by the lingerie industry, you're kind of shit out of luck. You either have to be very uncomfortable, or you have to like tuck your bits. You have to do like a whole bunch of shit, and it sucks. And what if instead you could just buy something that is sized appropriately for you, looks amazing, and like makes you feel good, and you can just wear it, as you please, Alec Gunther, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. The lingerie industry, also known as big undies. Yeah, and I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. Like, the people who run the like lingerie industry, the intimate apparel industry, they're older cis people. They're not like on their trans people aren't even on their radar, and when they are, they're trans people who already fit the clothing that they're making, right? So that's just kind of the thing, right? And the other thing is, you can find places that are making like kind of a gender inclusive underwear situation, but the vast majority of those designs are kind of like, and I don't know how many people will get this, they're kind of like if you've ever watched Star Trek and you've seen like what humanoid aliens wear on like a frontier planet. It looks like a kind of a beige genderless garment, do you know what I mean by that? Like, it's just kind of like, it fits, but it doesn't look good. And that's kind of it, or it fits, but it it's not like, if you take off your clothes, like, somebody's not going to be like, oh my god, like, it does that make sense? It's utilitarian in nature. Yeah, it fits. Exactly, B. And so the entire premise of Imogene Olivia is to have lingerie for trans femmes or people who want to feel femme, and just that fits and is of high quality. Because you can also go to like cross-dressing websites, but like I can tell you as a trans person who's been shopping on those websites in the past, it that feels terrible. It feels actively awful to shop on those websites, and also most of the time the products are of very low quality. Like the fabric is not great. It's itchy. It's genuinely not meant to be worn for long periods of time. So yeah. Like big girl clothes. Here, have a sack with flowers on it. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, yes, intimate apparel, not inmate apparel. Very, very true. In certain roleplay, it could be both. That sounds like it wouldn't feel very validating. Yeah, and like the entire reason Imogene Olivia even exists is because my partner saw me like break down into tears after buying like some moderately nice lingerie to wear for her, and like it it fit, but it didn't fit. Does that make sense? Like it was very clearly not designed for my anatomy, and like it feels if that feels awful, and it doesn't have to be that way. Not to mention larger rib cage / chest sizes always get screwed with old lady matrimony. Matronly designs in comparison to small rib cage / cup size bras. Boo. Very look how neatly we've hidden you away. Ectobiologist. Yes, which is why our approach to lingerie includes people with larger chest sizes. You know, larger, not rib cage sizes, chest size, but also for larger rib cages, but still moderately sized chest. You know, like it's we've designed from the ground up with those sizing considerations in mind. Did I miss any politics? No, you did not, Arachnomancy, unless you missed the politics of trans femme lingerie. Can't wait to buy my first lingerie. Hell yeah! Let's go! I think these could fit well on a lot of cis women who power lift as well. I hear a lot of them complain because of their larger chest size. Yeah, absolutely. Like the thing is, the marketing for this and the intent of this is for trans femmes specifically, because trans femmes are historically a very under catered to demographic. But like other people can buy them. Cis women can buy them. Cis men can buy them. You know, like if you just want that, you can have it. There's no rule against it. Honestly, 10 minutes of no politics is nice sometimes. True. Whew. Okay, folks, are you guys ready for some politics? You guys ready for some news? I did not name the stream very well today. I should probably rename it if I'm being completely honest. Not yet. Placing order right now. Hell yeah. And again, I don't know if you can see very well in like the lighting, but like it's very cute. 10-minute break over. I love the goth look. I'm glad you guys are digging it. Hello, Barnabas. Also, is there like another person streaming at the moment? It seems like our usual crowd is a little bit smaller Whatever. We carry on. Okay. Number one, folks, just got to let you know. And this is not politics. I lied. We're not starting off with politics. Okay. We're starting off with the fact that they're re-releasing Shin Godzilla in 4K, and I'm really, really excited for it. So we're gonna watch the trailer because we can, and I think that's lovely. Yeah, they're re-releasing it in theaters, guys. In theaters. I am gonna be there. Hopefully day one. We'll see. But like, holy shit, guys! If you haven't seen Shin Godzilla, it's genuinely one of the best disaster movies of all time. Like, in my book, it is like up there with the original like release of Godzilla. Okay, like it is so damn good, and it is wonderful. It's kind of like this throwback to bygone days when like science fiction movies were just like a bunch of scientists in a room trying to figure out what the hell was going on. It's kind of that, but in like a much larger sense. Like it's like if you threw like I don't know, like $50 million at that concept, and it's so good, especially like in the wake of the Fukushima disaster and like the way the government responded to that. It's so good. It's so good. And I would love to see a sequel to Shin Godzilla, if only because like the final like 5 seconds of the movie still fill me with questions that I desire answers to this day. Like it's so fucking good. Ugh. Friend of the channel, Dead Domain, will love this. They love Godzilla. Hell yeah. It's one of our great crossover loves. Ankle Godzilla coming 2027. Also Godzilla minus zero. Like, can we just like talk for a minute about how you guys have all seen Godzilla minus zero, right? Like all of you went to go see that, right? Because you're discerning chatters of taste, right? Like you guys all it fucks. You haven't okay, well, you know what? Just for all of your sakes, we're gonna go take a look at the trailer. We don't need to. I just want to, okay? I just want that. Here we go. Let's go with this.
Godzilla -1.
God, that honestly, I gotta be honest with you guys. This was one of the best theater going experiences I've ever had. Seeing this movie in the theaters is like one of my, like maybe one of my top 3 theater going experiences of all time. You know? Any thoughts on the recently announced Elden Ring film? I mean, who's the director attached to that? Hasn't he done some? Is it Gareth Edwards? Hey, Lady Raincloud. Also, fuck you, Imperial Japan. True. Alex Garland. Horizon.
Honestly, Jack, I'm going to be real. I loved -1 in black and white so much more than in color. Felt way more like an authentic Showa-era Godzilla that way.
Hell yeah. I haven't seen it in black and white, but I'm not opposed. Yeah, people keep saying like Alex Garland, the Civil War guy, except that like from everything I heard about the Civil War movie sucked ass. So that's not like a huge point in his favor. What is a huge point in his favor though is that he directed Ex Machina and Annihilation, and I can see how Annihilation and Ex Machina would lend themselves towards like more of an Elden Ring type situation, you know? How are you going to fit all the Elden Ring lore into a movie? You know, my guess is that you don't. My guess is that you just like show a lot of enigmatic shit that you don't fully have answers to. And honestly, Annihilation was a really good delivery on that premise, you know? Like, Annihilation does not clearly explain itself in any way, shape, or form, but in that sense, I think like Alex Garland might be able to pull it off, you know? God. So that's cool. I'm all for Shin Godzilla coming back into movie theaters. Was there there was like another Oh yeah. Okay, since we're on the topic of like movie trailers and stuff, I gotta tell you guys, I'm really fucking excited to watch this with you. I haven't seen it yet. But the Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein got its first trailer, and I want to watch it because I adore Guillermo del Toro, and he must be protected at all costs. He must be protected and allowed to do his silly little guy things, which include, you know, painting miniatures and, you know, building models and directing absolute banger films. So let's see what he's cooked up with Frankenstein.
The memory of my evils should die with me. Some of what I will tell you is fact. Some is not. But it is all true. What manner of creature is that? What manner of devil made him? I did. I had a vision. An idea took shape in my mind. Inevitable. Unavoidable. Until it became truth. In seeking life, I created death.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know, I like that they're going, you know, usually in adaptations of Frankenstein, you don't necessarily see like the end of the book where like you know, Frankenstein chases the monster to like the Arctic. And I love that we're getting that in this adaptation. You know, like I'm kind of wondering if it's going to kind of focus on the monstrousness of Victor Frankenstein, however how, you know, I genuinely, after all these years, I should know. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Frankenstein, I'm gonna say, um, like I think it's gonna focus on, as Guillermo del Toro is wont to do, the monstrousness of man as opposed and the humanity of the monster, and like I think that that's gonna be really wonderful, you know, because genuinely most of the adaptations of Frankenstein tend to overlook like this kind of otherness, this desire to just kind of like exist that the monster like has. Like he just kind of wants to like be left alone. Like he fucking goes to the middle of the Arctic, you know? And it's really really it's really really great. I like this. Pronouncing Frankenstein is a young Frankenstein joke. I know, I know. I would let him Oscar my Isaac. It's an abomination. Is it? Are you so sure? Now, Simric, were you the one who asked if the bralette would fit a 22B? It will definitely fit a 32B. With the 22B, it will fit. It won't be as snug as like the bra is supposed to fit. However, the narrowest, tightest hook and eye is like around 30 inches. It's probably an impossible size at 22B. Yeah, so at 32B, it should absolutely fit. Again, the tightest size is 30 that we have. Yes, the story. Yeah, you know, like I bet genuinely, Archangel. I bet Guillermo del Toro, when being pitched this idea, literally said, yes, the story about the monster Frankenstein. Yeah. And guys, if you're unsure about the measurements, just head over to ImogeneOlivia.com. There's a sizing guide, so you can properly size yourself and find your size. I miss mint. Random, I know. Not random at all. We all miss mint. You know? Shout out the bralettes. Hell yeah. Eventually, we're going to do an underwire design, but it's going to be after we're a bit more established and, you know, not fresh. Now, I do want to say and throw this out there that Paladin Lost in topic suggestions posted this and said it was one of the most disgusting recipes he'd ever seen. And I figure, you know, like we're still having fun here. Let's check it out.
And this is an oversized mason jar. We're going to put some whole onions in there. They have to be red onions, and some lemons. We're going to squeeze the juice in because this is going to help marinate this chicken. Put a little bit of salt, a little bit of parsley, a little bit of pepper, a little bit of paprika. Screw the lid on, shake it up, get those spices all mixed together. And now we're going to take some extra virgin olive oil and dump in a lot. I'm talking the whole jar full. Then we take some sage, shove it down in there, some hot peppers, and then some hot olive oil because we wanted a little bit of spice, and then some Italian seasoning. Screw it back on. Shake it up, get all those mixed together. Then we're going to put it in a pot of boiling water. Let it boil for about 8 hours. And look at this, you guys. Oh my gosh, this is going to be some of the best chicken wings you've ever had. And yes, it gets fried in that oil in the boiling water. So we're going to go ahead and peel out one of the drummies, peel out one of the wingies, and plate this. Put some hot sauce on there, some sriracha, some blue cheese, because who doesn't love blue cheese on their wings? I know I do. Or you can do ranch. It doesn't matter, whatever you prefer. Okay, y'all, we're going to start.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That does live up to the disgusting factor. That does not look at all good. Oh my god. Yeah, Underground Uncle, very botulism coated indeed. Okay. He fried the chicken at 100 degrees Celsius for 8 hours. Yeah, like what are you talking about, man? Number one, if your assumption is that you were frying it at all, it should have been done a lot faster than 8 hours. That's 8 hours in the fryer is not going to get you good wings. Like what? But like that's even setting aside the fact that like that's not. Why would you do this? There are so many ways of cooking chicken. Why would you do it this way? That does not kill bacteria. No, my dude over here getting salmonella. What are the comments on this like? The moment he said 60 chicken wings in a mason jar, I knew this was going to be a shit show. Yeah.
This is Civil War era hardtack.
Wait, this is a good channel. You should all check out Tasting History. I just want to
Okay, y'all, we're going to start off by putting 6.
No, I'm not watching you do that shit again to food. The lack of mixing going on here that's what's driving you nuts. Okay. Oh, it's from an account called Joe Testosterone. That makes sense. Police arrest this man. You know, ACAB, But if they do arrest this guy, we can remove one ACAB. I just, why would you? Okay, but like, why would you marinate something and like by like you're marinating it in olive oil? Why would you do that? Jesus Christ.
Did you see Zoran having the perfect answers to getting ambushed by crackhead Barbie? Legit made me believe in politicians again. I'm volunteering for him tour.
Oh, hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I have seen that. It's absolutely incredible. But also, like, Zoran Mamdani, I like, genuinely is one of the best politicians I've ever seen in my life. I think he actually has a shot of winning this thing. So if you are in New York, and if you're in New York, go volunteer for Zoran Mamdani. He needs to knock doors. He's already maxed out his political contributions. He does not need more. Andrew Cuomo, I believe, lost like a quarter of his his campaign donations due to illegally colluding with a big lobbyist group. So, you know, genuinely, there is an opening for Zoran Mamdani to win here. It would be a brine. Who the hell does olive oil? Exactly, Van Briggs. One of the things about how much this costs. It's about $70 between. He wasted. You know, it would have been more impressive as a short to just throw that in like a blazing dumpster. You know. Has AOC still not endorsed him? Unsure. Gordon Ramsay needs to arrest him and send him to Hell's Kitchen jail. You know, Gordon Ramsay's out there living his best life. Have you guys seen what he's doing lately? Have you guys seen, like, Gordon Ramsay's new show? It's genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. No, he drives around in a spy van and then spies on different restaurants to find out how they're fucking up. And it's just like him. It's just like him in like a spy van with like a bunch of screens. And like he has like one camera that's dedicated to like looking for rats. And like he is, it's very fun. Like he's very clearly just having a ball. And it's very funny. That's not creepy. I mean, it's not. They know they're on a show. Like, they signed up for it. Speaking of Ramsay, anyone remember when he completely butchered a grilled cheese? I remember. Oh god, you should look up Cooking with Jack, dude that eats undercooked chicken. Why would I do that? I don't want to look up somebody who shares my name that's bad at cooking. He's currently working on a restaurant that my grandmother works at. Cool. We are not doing Cooking with Jack. Okay. See how it is. All right. Okay, are you guys ready to go into politics time? We've been going for about an hour now. I figure it's time to shift gears. But it's been fun, right? It's been like a fun hour. Please, folks, if you've been enjoying yourselves, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Couldn't make it happen without you fine chatters. Politics time. I would eat cottage cheese tacos forever before I ate anything Jack Scalavari cooked. Look, the cottage cheese tacos are good. If you're making like a turkey taco meat and you want it to be cheesy, you just melt some cottage cheese and you spice it appropriately and it's great. onto the meat and potatoes of the stream. Indeed, Cursed Chaos, you understand. I'm still waiting for the Riverboat Jack fishing episode. I'd honestly, guys, genuinely try it. It's good. It's a high protein cheese. It tastes good. Like, if you're weirded out by like the chunks in like the cottage cheese, it melts down. Amber Brains says, I did half the cottage cheese, but everyone loves it. Try it. Hell yeah. What is your opinion of the RCI? I don't know what that is. Rather have beans? Well, you also put the beans on. It's not just you. Whomst among you is just putting the taco meat in the taco shell? Revolutionary Communist International? I don't know anything about it. I gotta lay my cards on the table. I have no idea what that is. I'm sure they have a newspaper, probably. Presumably some kind of international organization of revolutionary communists. Yeah, you know, touche. Touche. It's on the label. What it says on the tin. Hey, Tired and Trans. Okay, let's jump into this. And I do apologize because right off the bat, I'm gonna get really upset. All right. After that, we're gonna have a little bit of lighter story, couple lighter stories, and then we're gonna go into the substantive portion of today's stream. Okay. Oh, hello, Allotech. Welcome to the Riverboat stream. Here we go. Oh, damn. Never mind. Abort. Abort. There we go. Here we go. There we go. Fuck. So, folks, there is something that we need to talk about that I think is pretty important. Okay, many of you may have heard about the passing of Jonathan Joss, and if you guys aren't familiar with the name, you're probably familiar with some of his work. He played John Redcorn on King of the Hill, very famously. Genuinely one of the funniest guys on King of the Hill, and he's also famous for playing Ken Hotate on Parks and Rec. Chief Ken of the Wamapoke tribe, right? And one of the things that you should know is that he died very suddenly on a couple days ago, and this story makes me really mad and emotional, and I apologize if that comes through here. But like, it's literally one of the most infuriating things I've seen in quite some time. Because if you go, and I've pulled up just like some stories that I was taking a look at the other day. I scrolled through my phone, right? And you find Jonathan Joss, killed in San Antonio shooting. King of the Hill voice actor, shot and killed in San Antonio. Suspected killer arrested, charged with murder. Dies in shooting at 59. Dies at 59 after being fatally shot. Shot and killed at 59. Killed in Texas. Killed in Texas. What to know about King of the Hill actor, etc., etc., etc. Like it just page after page of this, right? And it's absolutely infuriating. 4 or 5 pages, right? And if you just went and read those articles, the vast majority of them, at best, didn't really have any details about what actually happened, right? It just says, oh, he had an argument with his neighbor, and according to police and according to witnesses at the scene, and it's just like, oh, okay, so he got into an argument. And if you read some of the other articles, I think maybe it was the CBS one, if I'm remembering correctly, but they actually paint Jonathan Joss as potentially an aggressor in this circumstance, where they're like, well, his neighbors did say that he was known to be frequently carrying a crossbow, and a lot of the stories around him paint him as potentially a neighborhood menace of some kind. And it is maybe one of the most infuriating parts about this, that is the angle that the reporters are taking on this. It is infuriating to a degree I cannot put into words. And I want you all to know a couple of things about this story, right? Number one, he was shot and killed outside of his family home, the home he grew up in. This was his community. He had lived there almost his entire life, okay? He had a connection to that community, and he stayed there. And another really important thing to know about this story is that Jonathan Joss was an openly gay man. Okay? And as you might imagine from his roles as John Redcorn and Ken Hotate, indigenous in Texas. Right? And it is disgusting the way that he has been portrayed in most of the mainstream media. And it actively makes me infuriated. Because one of the interesting things about this horrible tragedy, this horrible crime that was committed, is that there was a witness, a firsthand witness, who was also there. Jonathan Joss's husband, Tristan Kern de Gonzalez. And somehow, in almost all of the initial reporting on this, none of them mention Tristan's account of what happened. It is all according to the San Antonio Police Department. It is according to police, according to police, according to police, according to police. The one on-the-ground piece of reporting that I saw, and again, maybe I just missed something, but the one on-the-ground piece of reporting that I saw was from fucking TMZ. Okay? And I'm just going to read you guys the statement that Tristan Kern de Gonzalez posted onto Jonathan Joss's Facebook page. Okay? My husband, Jonathan Joss, and I were involved in a shooting while checking the mail at the site of our former home. That home was burned down after 2 years of threats from people in the area who repeatedly told us they would set it on fire. We reported these threats to law enforcement multiple times and nothing was done. Throughout that time, we were harassed regularly by individuals who made it clear they did not accept our relationship. Much of the harassment was openly homophobic. When we returned to the site to check our mail, we discovered the skull of one of our dogs and its harness placed in clear view. This caused both of us severe emotional distress. We began yelling and crying in response to the pain of what we saw. While we were doing this, a man approached us. He started yelling violent homophobic slurs at us. He then raised a gun from his lap and fired. Jonathan and I had no weapons. We were not threatening anyone. We were grieving. We were standing side by side. When the man fired, Jonathan pushed me out of the way. He saved my life. Jonathan is my husband. He gave me more love in our time together than most people ever get. We were newlyweds. We picked Valentine's Day. We were in the process of looking for a trailer and planning our future. He was murdered by someone who could not stand the sight of two men loving each other. I was with him when he passed, and I told him how much he was loved. To everyone who supported him, his fans, his friends, know that he valued you deeply. He saw you as family. My focus now is on protecting Jonathan's legacy and honoring the life we built together. If your concern is how someone coped with trauma or how loudly they speak when recounting injustice and being ignored by authorities, then you never truly cared about my husband. Jonathan saved my life. I will carry that forward, and I will protect what he built. Jonathan Joss died a hero. And the fact that mainstream media keeps reporting on this is like, oh, it was a dispute between neighbors. An argument broke out. No. No, I'm sorry. Fuck that. I spent like 5 minutes looking into this. The police were called to Jonathan Joss's childhood home where they lived 74 times. 74 times on account of the threats to burn down their home, which eventually did happen. 2 years ago, their home was burned down. Or after 2 years of ongoing harassment, their home was burned down. Sorry. Their home was burned down in January, right? And their dogs were killed. And I'm sorry, I don't understand how someone can report on this as like it's an argument between two neighbors. The San Antonio Police Department isn't even classifying this as a hate crime. When they went to go check their mail, the remains of their dog from the fire had been set up for them to taunt them. And then as they were there in despair, a man rolled up to try and murder both of them. Jonathan Joss was a beloved actor. He was a hero. He was indigenous. And like he was killed by the community he grew up in for being gay. Okay? There's no other way. There's no way to cut this. You have an eyewitness telling you what happened. You have the police records telling you, oh, hey, time after time, hey, these guys keep threatening to burn down our house. These guys keep threatening to burn down our house. These guys keep threatening to burn down our house. And then mysteriously, the house burns down. Wild. And nothing is done. Nothing at all is done. And then when they return to get their mail, and one of them gets shot dead, and it's the police. What are we to do? It's clearly not a hate crime. Ignore what one of the victims of the crime says. It definitely not a hate crime. I mean, we caught the guy a block away from the site of the shooting, and he says it wasn't a hate crime. So I guess we got to go with that, according to the San Antonio Police Department. It was just a dust up between neighbors. And Jonathan Joss spent his last moments on Earth saving his husband from a guy who rolled up to kill both of them. Yeah, I'm seeing people in chat, like an Entry fan posting. I also just read that he died due to an altercation. Don't like to read the details of how people died when it's apparently not of political relevance, so just didn't check any closer. Yeah, there's something heinous going on in America right now, and like, I know that this is a bunch of newsrooms trying to avoid talking about a homophobic hate crime that occurred. I don't know. Maybe. But I am going to just say it's very bizarre to me that not one mainstream media website that I can go through 5, 6, 7 pages of news results on this story and not a single one mentions that he died saving somebody's life, let alone that he died saving his husband's life, let alone that the killer rolled up shouting homophobic slurs right before he shot one of the men to death. Like, I'm sorry. In any case, like, if a white supremacist rolls up and shoots a black person dead, we would all unanimously just say, oh, that's a hate crime. That absolutely a hate crime. So I don't understand how this is how this is like special in some way, in that it's just, you know, it's just a dispute between neighbors, not a hate crime. It's very bizarre. It's very suspicious. The fact that the police, genuinely, my read on this is the general ACAB take, which is that police didn't do anything in San Antonio because they're lazy as fuck and they don't give a shit about 2 gay men being harassed by their local community, and that when finally push came to shove and one of them was murdered, they don't want to make a bigger deal out of it because they know that they responded to calls, to 74 different calls at that address and did nothing about it. They know, so they try and cover their ass. They try and downplay it. It's disgusting. And I know that like my channel is very small, but I want everyone to know that Jonathan Joss died a hero. And like, I want everyone to know that at the very least, there is an element here of homophobic bigotry. And to be honest with you guys, there's very likely an element here of anti-Indigenous bigotry. Okay? Like, it's likely a combo of the two. Because that man probably thought he could get away with that homophobic hate crime, in part because that man was Indigenous. And I'm just so angry. You know, like one of the last public appearances of Jonathan Joss was a couple months ago at a King of the Hill reunion panel. I forget exactly where, but he apparently went up to the microphone and just started talking about how, like, you know, he'd been the target of homophobic harassment and his house was burned down, and he was very sad that he wasn't invited onto the panel. And it's just like, he should have been there. John Redcorn is fucking iconic. Like, in the echelon of like Indigenous characters on television that like mainstream audiences ever saw, he's like number one. He's like he's the number one guy. You can find like maybe a handful of other examples, like the show Northern Exposure, but like a lot of people would name two Indigenous actors, right? One would be John Redcorn, and the other would be Ken Hotate. He's both of those guys. And it's just so frustrating. So know that Jonathan Joss died a hero, and know that for whatever reason, mainstream media is not reporting on it. And I am afraid that it is because they are afraid. They're afraid of what those what kind of attention those headlines might bring. And I gotta let you guys know, I'm not fucking afraid. This was a goddamn hate crime. And rest in power, Jonathan Joss. Absolute hero. It's a goddamn shame. It shouldn't have happened. It genuinely shouldn't have happened. Tommy from the Power Rangers is another good one, yeah. Absolutely infuriating. The media made it sound like he was ranting and raving at that event. And, you know, I don't know. I haven't seen video of it. Maybe there is some ranting and raving going on. But you want to know something? Like, I think I might be ranting and raving too if after 2 years of homophobic harassment, no one I knew stood up for me. And the police didn't stop the homophobic harassment, and then my house got burned down and my dogs killed. Like, I think I might be pushed to my edge too, you know? God. Absolutely, Omega Star. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You know, hot take, John Redcorn was one of the funniest, if not the funniest character on King of the Hill. Like, genuinely, like, if you saw John Redcorn on screen, you knew you were going to laugh at least one time, you know? I knew him and his partner tangentially. It was pretty infuriating for him. I bet. You live in San Antonio? Are San Antonio cops as fucked as this entire sequence of events makes it seem? I'm gonna guess yes, because, you know. Having lived in San Antonio for a number of years, I suspect the homophobia was more of a factor than racism. Yeah, I think, like, the racism is a part of it. I just think that, like, the homophobia was, you know, the driving factor. Does that make sense? Like, there are some people who are categorized to racists as being more susceptible and more vulnerable to, you know, bigoted attacks, you know? Okay. I'm gonna go pee and calm down. It will only take me like a minute. When I get back, we'll talk about some more, at the very least, less openly despair-inducing stories. Wait, also, voice actors have never had proper SAG representation. They're part of the union, but the union has routinely thrown them under the bus. So Jonathan was paid on a per-episode deal and never got residuals. His last days were spent trying to make some money. That really fucking sucks. Ugh. All right, BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. No, guys, I didn't sing this song, and my voice absolutely does not sound exactly like the singer's voice. God. CF 3300, like, unions do not decrease the quality of goods. If anything, unions drive up the quality of goods. Let's see. I know we're going to talk about Thomas Palladino as a bitch of a mother, but this quote makes me want a Fed post. Palladino Jr. didn't provide any evidence to support his claims and said he didn't need to. In our opinion, these are the facts, he said. Yeah. Hey. All right, folks. Okay. So, folks, imagine for a second you are one of the most powerful people in the Democratic Party, okay? Imagine for a second your sole job is to defeat your opposition, and your opposition is going around saying things like, hey, this bill we're doing is going to kill all of us.
You know what really drives up the cost of goods and services? Confederacies.
Hey, bazinga! Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. But you know how you're like, well, okay, how do we defeat our opponents? And your opponent is just going around saying every day, yeah, this bill we're doing, it's we're all gonna die eventually. Oh, you're afraid that this bill is gonna kill you? Well, we all die eventually. Like, okay, that moment has just fallen into your lap. Or one of the most prominent advisors to the President of the United States is high on ketamine all the time, and wants to throw all of our money into a wood chipper for some reason, while killing hundreds of thousands of starving children and people with preventable illnesses. Okay. Imagine, you've got some people out there who are just going out there every single day looking like evil motherfuckers, and like the scuttlebutt on the street is there, that evil motherfucker is getting cucked by Elon Musk of all people. Imagine that there is just a target rich environment, so to speak, of things you could be highlighting that are bad. And instead of glomming on to actual issues that people are worried about, like, say, losing their health care, or, say, losing their job from the largest employer of working class people in the country, which is the federal government, or losing, their, say the U.S. government, for example, is under Republicans, your opponents, is just like ignoring one of the most foundational constitutional protections there is, your right to due process, and is just sending stormtroopers to grab people off the street to throw them onto planes without any lawyer, without any judge, without any kind of court order. They're just sending shock troops to do it to you. And instead of addressing any of these concerns that are spurring, exponential amounts of protest and discontent from the ground, instead you've learned that the leader of your opponents doesn't like being called Taco. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I was a Democrat in leadership and I had all of these things to choose from with which to, attack my enemies, with which to go after my enemies and tear them down, build up grassroots support, I would probably pick, the viral moments of members of the opposing party talking about how they just don't care that their bill is going to kill everyone, that they just don't care and think it's good actually to murder children for no reason. I would pick, the attack on the very foundational premise of America as an attack to go after. And yet Chuck Schumer and people like Cory Booker and oh God, what's his name? I'm blanking. I'm blanking here. Oh my God, the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you. And Hakeem Jeffries have just decided, the real thing we need to attack, it's not any of that shitty material stuff. Let's call our opposition leader Taco. And I present to you maybe one of the worst attacks I've ever seen. Democrats will hand out free tacos to mock Trump. Wowee, everyone. The Democratic Party commissioned a taco truck to serve free lunch outside the Republican National Committee's D.C. headquarters beginning at noon on Tuesday. The giveaway is not to just mark Taco Tuesday, says a Democratic National Committee staffer who tipped Mother Jones off about the free grub. The food is also meant to get under the skin of President Donald Trump, who has recently become associated with the acronym TACO, shorthand for Trump always chickens out. And I just gotta say, when we are facing down a budget bill that is seeking to cut millions of people off of SNAP, the program that keeps them fed, you're using your DNC money to feed people outside of the RNC's headquarters? Why aren't you spending that money to feed poor people? What, genuinely, why aren't you hire a taco truck in every major city in the country and send them to the poorest neighborhoods to just give out what are you doing? Even if this was the thing you wanted to attack him on, right? There's a way to do it that would actually be good, right? There's a way to do it that they're literally just feeding RNC staffers. The people who are going to be eating the chicken tacos are wealthy RNC folks. Go feed the homeless in your districts. There are so many people who need to eat in this country, and not only did you pick the weakest line of attack, you picked the worst way to go about it. And you guys have no idea how absolutely cooked Democratic leadership is. Okay, at no point in recent memory, as far as I can tell, has the Democratic leadership been reviled quite as much as it is right now? And you know what? Let's just check in with our good pal Chuck Schumer here. Let's just check in, huh? Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. If Taco Trump is already folding on Iran, the American people need to know about it. No side deals.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it. No side deals.
Oh, okay.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Yeah, so aroused, Chuck Schumer, exactly. Mm-hmm. Can I just say, like, I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be real honest. If you poll the American public on political issues that they care about, Iran is not even going to be in like the top 5, maybe in the top 10, but it's not going to be in the top 5. I can guarantee you that. People are concerned about housing costs going up. There's a reason politicians like Zoran Mamdani and NYC are doing so well running on a rent freeze. It's because it's a good idea. People want that.
When it comes to negotiating, I have never seen the people so aroused on the elliptical at the Capitol gym.
God.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. But like genuinely, these people are cooked. We cannot have these people in leadership. These people do not understand what folks need. You know, like working class people, you know, in a vague sense, care about Iran, and in the fact that like they don't want to go to war with Iran. They want their tax dollars to actually help them, you know, in some way. Going to war with Iran doesn't help them. They understand that basic premise. But like most normal people, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about their rent. They're thinking about the prices at the grocery store. They're thinking about like their utility bill. They're thinking about like all of the different fees that they're getting nickeled and dimed for to like put them in the poorhouse. Okay? That's what they think about. And like the idea here that like, oh, well, you know, Iran, like, bitch, they are ignoring due process. They're trying to deport people without their day in court to South Sudan. They've already put people in a concentration camp in El Salvador. Like, genuinely, the things that people care about, the brutal undermining of our constitutional rights and the, you know, the abduction of people, that's a lot higher on the list than Iran. And the thing is, Chuck Schumer here is literally upset at Donald Trump for being soft on Iran. You guys understand that, right? Like, he's like, oh, well, you shouldn't stop threatening to go to war with Iran because, you know, we need to power them into the ground. Haha. Like, what do you... No one cares. No one wants to go to war with Iran, Chuck. God, I hate the Democratic leadership so much. They are spineless, they are feckless, they are ineffective at doing politics unless it's to keep their own power, unless it's to lash out at people within their own ranks in order to paint them as like anti-Semitic or some shit. You know? It's really disgusting. And dare I say, absolutely delusional. Remember, Chuck Schumer's the guy on record talking about his imaginary friends guiding his, his political positions. He literally, instead of connecting with actual people who live in his, in his area, he just imagines people who agree with him. The Bayleys. It's disgusting. And Hakeem Jeffries is not that different. And you have Cory Booker over here doing his heroic stand in the Senate, and immediately coming out with a book about it somehow. Just so strange how he had a book about his filibuster ready to go. That's so strange. These people are all out for one person, and it's themselves. Yeah, a lot of these people, these abundance liberals, are in it for the performative bullshit. Exactly, Zaron Joy. Exactly. Chuck Schumer, performative bullshit. Hakeem Jeffries, performative bullshit. Cory Booker, performative bullshit. And I disagree with Jasmine Crockett on a lot of things, but at the very least, she's doing more than performative bullshit. She's actively going out there and attacking her opponents, which is what we need. We need people to actually hate the people who are trying to kill us. It should be a very low bar. The bar is, I want somebody to fight for my right to be alive. I want a politician to fight for my ability to live. And genuinely, I think that is representative of a good 80 to 90% of the Democratic electorate. And you've got AOC, you got Bernie Sanders, you got a bunch of great people out there campaigning every day for our ability to live, work, and thrive in this country. But you know what? The people in leadership don't give a fuck. And they're never going to. They need to be gone. Okay? They need to be gone. There needs to be a constant and persistent demand for these chicken shits to get out of office. Because Trump might be he might be a taco. He always chickens out. But you know who else always fucking chickens out? These chicken shits in the Democratic Party. There's no place for this type of cowardice. And that's what it is. It is abject cowardice. It is the inability to stand up to power that, donates to their campaigns. It is an inability for them to actually do what they know is right and what they know their electorate needs. They are simply cowards who are complicit with the powers arraigned against us, and we must fight them until we win. And that, it's as simple as that, guys. It's just, I mean, guys, this is the energy Chuck Schumer is bringing right now. This is his latest post.
Donald Trump is frantically calling up Republican senators to say they should vote for his big, fat, ugly bill because he says doesn't cut anyone benefits. It's only going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Bull. It cuts the benefits of tens of millions of Americans. They're not going after waste, fraud, and abuse. They don't care about it. In fact, just the other day, Donald Trump pardoned a major nursing home operator who'd been convicted of skimming money from nurses, from aides, from doctors. And they got rid of the IGs, the inspectors general. They're the ones who are supposed to go after waste, fraud, and abuse. Don't believe Donald Trump's bullshit. That is one big, fat effing lie. It eliminates the benefits for millions and millions of Americans, for young children, for elderly, for veterans, for people who have lost their jobs, up and down the line. I've never heard such bull. Donald Trump is frantically...
It's just like, okay, so what are you going to do about it? It is not enough. You're the head. You're the head of the Dems, man. You're the head of the Dems in the Senate. You are like the strongest Democrat we have. And you're out there just saying, well, this is some bullshit. It's like, oh, okay, we all know that. We're all talking about how it's bullshit. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What do you want us to do? Because people on the ground, and I speak as like an organizer, people on the ground are begging for anything to do. Okay? And the issue here is that Chuck Schumer is not interested in any actual change. He's not interested in activating the Democratic base. He is interested in simply virtue signaling. You know? He's virtue signaling. That's it. That's it. He's virtue signaling to the liberal base. There is no purpose to this. He's not galvanizing anyone. He's not educating anyone. I guarantee you, if you are watching Chuck Schumer's, social media feed, you probably already know, most of the shit that's going on in this country. It's a dishonest positioning. He's interested in campaign donations. Yeah, from people who don't pay that much attention, This is so that he has some plausible deniability and so he can walk in and say, see, Mr. Bailey, I did do something. I did do something. I went out and said it's bullshit. Not even that it's bull. I did say that too, but I said it's bullshit. It's disgusting. And I'm so fucking sick of it, man. I'm so sick of it. And with that, we gotta. I'm so aroused right now.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
So, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys, you're the ones who make this show possible. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. And we are so close to our next big segment here, and I think you're all going to really fucking like it. Okay, it goes places.
It doesn't even feel like virtue signaling. It feels like the preparatory tentative proposal meeting to certify a virtue signaling possibility if focus group Oaks.
Yeah, we gotta run this virtue signal up the flagpole. See how many people respond, and if they respond poorly, we'll bring it back down and we'll blame a staffer for putting it up. And if it does go well, then we'll take all full credit. It's a win-win for us, boyos. Yeah. If Chuck Schumer cared about opposing fascism, he wouldn't be such an enthusiastic supporter of Israel. He isn't capable of doing anything materially meaningful to oppose a fascist administration because his own ideology is consistent with fascism. Yeah. Fair. Oh, fuck. All right. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And folks, you all know you got to press that button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Loomer, thank you for gifting a sub to Cute Dark Arts. That's very kind of you. And Iotagon, thank you for subscribing. I very, very much appreciate it. All right, folks, thank you for supporting the stream. Genuinely, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. And you know what? I just want to take a moment to toot the channel's horn for a second. We have actually gotten up to a solid 12,181 subscribers over on our YouTube channel. We are kind of popping off a little bit, turns out. So let's keep rolling and growing. Get the word out about the channel, share it around, do the things. And folks, I just want to take this opportunity, since we have how many people are watching right now? Let's take a quick look here. Hunger Games, thank you for the 200 biddies. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. We currently have 330 people watching on YouTube, another 70 watching on Twitch. We've got around 400 people watching right now. And so I'm going to take the opportunity to say thank you for being here. Thank you all for helping make this community as great as it is. And also, let me just say, on Friday, I'm going to be doing a stream to support the Palestinian Child Relief Fund. We're going to be raising money for children in Palestine. So please come by, consider supporting that. And I'll be playing. I'll be taking call-ins. I'll be playing through Undertale and maybe Deltarune if we get far enough. And we'll be doing some other fun stuff. You can expect some Peepo art. I have a really fun idea for fundraising that I think you guys will get behind.
Huh? Nope. Let's drive the BWA for more.
Hell yeah, Ashley. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What's that I hear? Is it the dulcet tones of the Dono Ghost?
I hereby cast a spell of war to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
In case you ever think Chuck the Schmuck isn't disappointing enough, Jeffries can always shore up that gap.
Oh, so true, Sake Tanuki. He's younger, more agile, and better able to surpass Chuck's levels of disappointment. Winter Sarah, thank you. Should make a mashup with this and William Tell. That'd be super sick. Also, yeah, Squid Tips is great, Mithril Mist. Or Mithril in YouTube chat. Trying to time my comments with the song. Hell yeah. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it.
If Zoran wins the primary and the Dems abandon him in the general, I'm going to be selling pitchforks and torches outside the Capitol in Albany.
There's no way. If he wins the primary, that's it. That's it. He is, for all intents and purposes, the mayor.
He lacks the common decency to realize he should run for mayor and throw shoes at bad people. He is Chuck Schumer after all. This is bad wordplay.
It is bad wordplay, trains and bullshit, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yes, I saw someone in YouTube chat ask about PCRF, the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They have people on the ground in Gaza and throughout the West Bank providing relief to Palestinian children who have been displaced, food, medicine, etc. They do genuinely great and life-saving work. So from what I understand, funds donated to them go directly to aid in the occupied territories. So that is my understanding. That's why I'm going with them. Yeah. Which group? It's the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are on the ground. They killed. Yes, Israel kills reporters. Yes, the PCRF is not killing reporters. They're literally there to provide humanitarian aid specifically to children. Whew. My union voted to approve a ULP strike, and the union's local president gave me a ride home. Hell yeah, Elaine Malachite. Let's go! Okay, I'm getting lost in the sauce in chat, so I'm going to disengage, and we're going to re-engage. I'm just letting you guys know, Friday, we're going to be doing a very long stream. You can call in. It'll be fun. Every 500-ish dollars that we raise will go to something that I think you all will really enjoy. And we'll also be doing Peepo Arts. We'll be doing a lot of different things as well. It's gonna be a good time. But if any of you have any ideas for what you'd like to see as like donation incentives or what have you, you can let me know. Okay. Can't wait to call in. Hell yeah. We'll probably have to have a time limit, like 10-ish, 15-ish minutes. Unless somebody wants to debate, I guess, in which case I will talk to them for as long as I feel like it. You and Dead Domain talking about Godzilla. That's the request. Well, you gotta tell Dead Domain that they should come on then. I don't know. I feel weird inviting people. I don't know. I'm gonna do my best though. Which reminds me, what's a good time to do this? Da 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 da. Let's do Thursday. Let's do Thursday next week. 12th at 8 p.m. There we go. Special modeling stream in the Discord of the lingerie from your lady. I don't know that would be allowed under our own Discord's terms of use. Apparently Silksong might come out soon. Silksong might come out soon. Deltarune, I think episode 4 and 5 or 3 and 4 come out tomorrow. Very exciting. One thing I would like to see is you and your partner happy, laughing, smiling, and a smooch now and then. She's gonna come on in like the next week or so sometime. Maybe Thursday, if we can swing it. And talk about Imogen Olivia and stuff. So that's already happening, baby. Okay, let's move along. Okay, let's move along because we've got the meat of today's show on the menu today. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? Can't fault me for trying. Absolutely never do, Van Briggs. I will. Maybe I'll post some of my modeling pics on Blue Sky though. Good night, Robert Adset. You guys ready? Hell yeah. Hoi polloi. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Oh, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
I totally saw a scenario with Bernie in 2016 where he won the primary and the Dems ran someone against him in the general anyway.
God, that would be so funny. It would be so funny because in that circumstance, I think that the Dems would be crushed. Be like signing their death warrant as like a, establishment party. Can we tell people to call and debate you on stuff? I mean, I guess. Maybe. I don't think Jack debates. I actually do debate. I am good at debates. I just want them to be like good faith debates, Like that's like the big thing, right? Like if you go and look at like conservative debaters, they're just people who are willing to say literally any damn thing. That they'll be like, "Oh yeah, the earth is flat." But like they don't actually care. The second you show them that the earth isn't flat, they just move to a different topic, Or like Candace Owens. Candace Owens just surrounds herself with this wall of conspiracy theories about Jews, about like trans people, about like, whatever. Like she's rejected science as a concept these days. And like, it just doesn't matter because Republicans don't care about what's true. They just care about what makes them feel correct, And so like it's, for a lot of people, it's not worth debating like mainstream conservatives. For other people, I think like for average Joes, sure, I'll hell yeah. Let's get a libertarian on. Let's talk about let's run down Coconut Island. Okay. All right. Let's debate whether the military could hide evidence of alien technology. I mean, I bet the military could. I just don't think that, like, we wouldn't know about it. All right, here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about a little man named Elon Musk. Now, Elon is, at a bit of a crossroads in his life. He's been on the high highs and the low lows, surfing, the various different emotional cocktails.
Says the usual, nothing interesting or funny to say, but have some cash.
Well, Brutus Magnuson / Mithril, thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very appreciate it. That being said, Elon Musk is in a weird spot, right? Because he essentially entered politics as like Mr. Moneybags, with the idea being that he had enough money to basically nuke a campaign from orbit with ads, with all kinds of buy-ins to different campaigns, radio stations, billboards, etc. And that was his premise. That was the promise of his money. That was the helpfulness of him attaching himself to Donald Trump. It was that there was this implicit threat, lurking behind Donald Trump, that like Elon Musk's money would just nuke a race from orbit. And this largely was successful in keeping a lot of Republicans in line initially, right? And then Wisconsin happened, and Elon Musk, with all of his money, all of his influence, even him personally going to Wisconsin, didn't actually wind up winning the race for Republicans. And that was kind of a fatal blow for his value proposition in Republican circles. Because on top of all of that, like, his power was the thing that kept him there. It wasn't that they liked him. It wasn't that he was easy to work with. It wasn't any of that, because they all hated his guts. Very famously, there's a story that is now circulated in the press about how, Bessent, I want to say Bissett, but I know that that's not right. Bessent? Scott Bessent? That doesn't sound right, but you guys know who I'm talking about. Basically chased Elon Musk down the halls of the White House, screaming, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you." And Bessent? Okay, whatever. And he was not well liked. People had daggers out for him. Okay, they wanted him gone. And it also didn't help that he was constantly high on ketamine. Famously, like about a year ago, Elon Musk tweeted out something like he has an insanely high tolerance for ketamine, and now he's begging people to stop talking about his ketamine addiction. And well, he gave an interview not that long ago to CBS, and it was 2 days ago. Here is that interview. We're just going to take a look at it. Because essentially, Elon Musk has been slowly phasing himself out of the Trump administration. And now there are a couple of different ways to look at this. One of them, and I think it's the accurate one, is that he has already gotten everything he wants out of the administration. He has all the data, he has all the contracts he wants or can get, and like there's nothing more that he gets out of this relationship in the short term, right? And the other part of it is that the reason there's nothing else he can get out of this is simply because he's worn out his welcome. They don't like him anymore. They aren't willing to give him more power and more stuff. So both things can be true at the same time. So let's take a look here. How did this interview go 2 days ago? Let's see if we can see how this goes.
To begin this morning, a man who truly needs no introduction, Elon Musk. He's talking with David Pogue.
He is a truly incredible guy, and I don't say that often.
In the beginning, Donald Trump and Elon Musk got along great.
Take over, Elon, yes, take over.
Musk spent $288 million to elect Trump and his allies.
God, I hate him.
They're also going to address the deficit. So.
Trump invited Musk into the Oval Office and cabinet meetings. Musk called himself First Buddy.
You got to give him credit.
Trump welcomed Musk's idea to create a Department of Government Efficiency.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
In 4 months, Doge took the chainsaw to every federal department. 250,000 workers were fired or bought out. Musk even slashed grants and staffing at environmental agencies like the EPA and NOAA after decades of warning about the risks of climate change. But Musk did not enjoy the pushback.
We received several 911 calls about a fire.
There were acts of violence, death threats, lawsuits, mandatory rehirings, shouting matches with cabinet members. Tesla profits plummeted by 71%.
Number one, it's a great product.
And Musk's net worth dropped by $100 billion.
And you know, I don't think that the Tesla brand is really going to recover from this. You know, I think what Elon is really banking on now is switching over his holdings from Tesla to SpaceX, right? Because essentially what he's done with SpaceX is he's just made it this gigantic like monolith that the government is funneling money into in order to fund like telecommunications networks and, you know, space flights. You know, just earlier today, he was talking about on Twitter about how, you know, the budget for SpaceX is now dwarfing the budget for NASA, or rather the revenue of SpaceX is now dwarfing the budget of NASA. And I just want to point out that the revenue for SpaceX is largely derived from government contracts. So just as an FYI, that revenue is your taxpayer dollars. You're literally paying Elon Musk to be as rich as he is for no reason.
No, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Last month, Musk finally left Washington, but still intended to work on Doge a day or two a week. And this past Tuesday, he offered us an interview at SpaceX's enormous headquarters at the southern tip of Texas. We knew we were in the right neighborhood when we saw this huge...
Holy shit. Okay, I gotta be honest here, guys. I did not pre-watch this, so he literally built a statue of himself outside of that. One, that's insane. That is an insane act of hubris. And two, it's so ugly. Why would you approve that? Why would you let that happen? You looked at your statue guy and said, yes, that looks pretty good. Are you kidding me? Yeah, like what is this Phantom of the Opera shit happening underneath the eye? Is it melting? Was it made out of chocolate? Like what? This is peak pathetic. It really is, you know? And that's the really important thing about every single one of these ghouls in the Trump administration. They're all equally pathetic in their own way. They're all like horribly not strong. What am I thinking of? Horribly accomplished losers, you know?
Bust of Musk, installed by his...
Oh, it was defaced? No one... Oh my god. Okay, the picture of the defacing is even funnier. Okay? Holy shit. It's not even like a solid statue. It's a giant foam bust, and it's with a plastic cover. It's not even a fucking real He didn't even spring for a real statue of himself. Oh my god. Dude, you're the richest man on the planet. What are you doing with statues this shitty? Holy fuck. I was not prepared for this. Wait, it was commissioned by fans? I'm sorry, his fans paid for this? Holy shit. This is so funny.
Admirers and vandalized by his critics. But the interview didn't get off to a smooth start.
I noticed that.
Wait, commissioned by fans and made poorly on purpose as a meme reference to this drawing. Oh my god. You know, it's still a bad statue, even if this is the reference material.
All of your businesses involve a lot of components, a lot of parts. Do the tariffs and the trade wars affect any of this?
You know, tariffs always affect things a little bit.
Wondering what your thought is on the ban on foreign students, the proposal. I mean, you were one of those kids, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to stick to, you know.
Also, yeah, he has a black eye. That is, again, he says that it's from his 5-year-old because he, without elaboration, said he told his 5-year-old child to punch him in the face. And his 5-year-old child did. That's his explanation for it, by the way. The explanation that I choose to believe is the scuttlebutt around Washington, D.C., which is that Stephen Miller's wife was put on the Doge team in order to keep tabs on Elon and keep him focused, and instead started an affair with Elon and has since left Doge for SpaceX and Elon Musk, leaving Stephen Miller alone. And fun fact, Stephen Miller is left-handed. And that is a punch from a left-handed individual. So just throwing that out there, just throwing out some of the tea that's the scuttlebutt. I have no other additional info, but that is what I choose to believe. Is he Napoleon Dynamite IRL? No, because Napoleon Dynamite was actually endearing in some way, you know? Like, Elon is not that.
You know, the subject of the day, which is like spaceships, as opposed to, you know, presidential policy.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about not being allowed to hire foreign students? I do not want to talk about that. Celestial Heart, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Oh, okay. I mean, would not the barring of foreign students affect the building of spaceships?
I was told anything's good, but...
No, well, no.
But Musk was willing to talk about the Doge firestorm.
Jesus Christ, what? Stephen Miller's left-handed explains why he's so sinister. Ah, yes. Reviving the bigotry of the 1920s.
You've spoken about how much of a grind and a stress it was on you. And, you know, Tesla's reputation took a hit. Your reputation took a hit. People are very upset about sort of security in national parks and air traffic and food safety and cancer research, Alzheimer's research. Now they've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Might there have been a different approach?
Yeah, I think what was starting to happen was that, like, it's a bit unfair because, like, Doge became the whooping boy for everything. So if there was some cut...
Now, I don't know if Elon Musk is high as a kite on ketamine in this, but dude's acting really fucking weird.
Real or imagined, everyone would blame Doge. I've had people think that like somehow Doge is going to stop them from getting their social security.
Wait, also, just real quick, I'm sorry.
Whooping boy for everything. So if there was some cut, real or imagined, everyone would blame Doge.
If there was some cut, real or imagined, then shouldn't they be blamed if it's real? If Doge did the cut?
I've had people think that like somehow Doge is going to stop them from getting their social security check, which is completely untrue.
It's absolutely true. Doge closed Social Security Administration offices. They tried to cut the phone support lines that elderly people use.
Sinistros is Latin for left. This is coming from someone who's ambi-sinistros, bad with both hands.
You know, there's a market for that. Sakitsunuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
2 points to keep in mind. 1. Musk said he didn't want to discuss politics. 2. This interview took place before it was announced that Musk was leaving the Trump admin.
Oh yeah. Also, very knifey doc, thank you for the clarification and the $5 dono. But also, like, he doesn't want to discuss politics, but he's happy to discuss politics, you know?
Well, I guess I was just thinking about the, move fast and break things, before you really understand what the agency does.
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of it is...
Well, why are you picking on me? I just fired 250,000 people from their jobs that was keeping them and their families alive. Like, why are you all mad at me? I'm just a little birthday boy. I'm just a little baby, you know? I'm just, I in a way, I'm taking the ultimate load.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
It's like, depends on where you're coming from. So, I'm like a proponent of smaller government, not bigger government. So now if somebody's a proponent of, more government programs and bigger government, and they see, hey, Doge is cutting all these government programs, then they'll be fundamentally opposed to that because they just think the government should do more things. That's just a fundamental, I guess, ideology.
Again, this is very rich coming from a man whose literally entire existence as a businessman has been propped up by the US government. Like his SpaceX, entirely funded, almost entirely funded. I shouldn't say entirely, almost entirely funded by taxpayer government grants. Literally, the big government gives him the money he has.
Logical opinion. But my frank opinion of the government is that like the government is just like the DMV that got big. Okay, so like when you say like let's have the government,
I know that this is just built on like the assumption that people hate the DMV, but counterpoint here. It's actually good that people are required to get driver's licenses before they operate a motor vehicle. It's actually good that people, before they climb into the cockpit of a vehicle that can, propel, 1,000 pounds of steel at, 60, 70, 90, 100 miles per hour. It's actually good that people are required to know how to operate that thing safely. Hot take here, the DMV is good. Just make an appointment before you go. Don't just show up, okay? Don't do that.
Do something. You should think, do you want the DMV to do it?
And then Musk started talking about the Trump administration. I hadn't even asked him about Trump.
And it's not like I agree with everything the administration.
Oh.
But I thought the last place uncorrupted by capitalism was SPAYCE.
What? No.
Space!
I love that. I love that sound drop so much. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. God.
It does. So it's like I mean, I agree with much of what the administration does, but we have differences of opinion. You know, there's things that I don't entirely agree with. But it's difficult for me to bring that up in an interview because then it creates a bone of contention. So then I'm a little stuck in a bind where I'm like, well, I don't want to, you know, speak out against the administration, but
I'm in a little bit of a bind because, you know, I don't want to say something that I believe, you know, because that would, you know, it would be bad for my profits, you know, because the government funds SpaceX. I wouldn't want to be punished by the administration for saying what I think.
I don't want to.
It's because he's a coward.
Also, I don't want to take responsibility for everything the administration is doing.
You know, I gotta say, this is the when I talk about us genuinely being able to influence this administration by memeing and making fun of these motherfuckers, this is exactly what I mean. You know, like Elon Musk is weak. He's weak. You know, like he doesn't want to be made fun of because he's a special little birthday boy. And like he genuinely is like, well, you know, I don't want to be associated with all of the evil things this administration does. And it's like, bitch, you literally have done maybe the most evil thing that the administration has done, which is cut off aid to millions of people around the world. Literally, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, here's David Brooks. And if you guys know anything about like political commentary and stuff, David Brooks is a conservative political pundit. You know, his entire career is like defending conservatism, you know, in a palatable way to liberals, right? Here he is. Here's what David Brooks has to say about Elon Musk's cuts to USAID.
Boston University account. How many people have died because of what Doge did at USAID? And USAID was a very ill-managed organization. That's true. But according to the Boston University folks, so far 55,000 adults have died of AIDS in the 4 months since Trump was elected. 6,000 children are dead because of what Doge did. That's just PEPFAR, the HIV. You add them all up, that's 300,000 dead, and we're 4 months in. Now you accumulate that over 4 years, the number of dead grows very high. There are mass murderers in the world, Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Stalin. We don't have anybody on the list from America. And I don't think it's the same as committing the kind of genocide they did. But by taking away that agency and being at least semi-responsible for the deaths of probably by the end of this hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, that's Elon Musk's legacy. And the people who work at Tesla and SpaceX, might want to think about that.
Yeah. Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. I know that David Brooks isn't quite comfortable with the idea that, like, well, you know, it's not exactly the same kind of thing. I would actually argue that, like, willfully withholding food from people who are starving to death or medicine from people who will surely die without it is actually exactly the same. Like, you can, like, I'm sorry, you can't talk about events like the Holodomor, okay, and say like, oh, well, that's a genocide, but then turn and look at like, well, you know, 300,000 people dead, you know, because the United States decided to stop spending money in this way. That's not. Like, I'm sorry, if you have people who are dependent on your aid in that way, right? And you stop providing that aid and they die, you are responsible for that. You have created the relationship with these people where they are dependent on you for that. Right? And so, like, the idea that it's not comparable, I mean, I think that, like, deliberate attempts, you know, whatever your motivation might not be like, oh, well, you know, we have to kill them all. But like, I genuinely, I don't really think it's a meaningful distinction to say, well, oh, well, you know, like it's just business. You know? Like, I don't think... I don't think allowing the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of people is like an acceptable thing because it's just business. It's just, you know, it's, well, the bottom line didn't like it. You know, it cut into the profits. That isn't an excuse. That's actually bad. That actually doesn't excuse the crime that is occurring. And genuinely, and I think part of us, I think we also kind of need to engage with this seriously, which is that there are a large number of people in the United States who are conservative, who do not care that these people are going to die, because a lot of them are black or brown. You know, they are non-white. And you can see this in the dichotomy between how a lot of conservatives talk about refugees from the white genocide in South Africa versus the cutting off of US aid. Okay? It is plain as day. And so there is an element here of conservatives just simply thinking actually it's good to kill black people because some of them are just racist, bigoted trash.
Racist, sexist, Republican, these words are virtually interchangeable.
That was a Republican speaking, by the way. That was from a Republican video that we watched over at PragerU. So, like, we just need to acknowledge this. It's important to acknowledge that a not insignificant motivation behind the popularity of cutting US aid is simply because there is a segment of the population here in America that is happy to watch non-white people perish otherwise preventable deaths. Okay? Yes. Well, also, yes, the white genocide isn't real. The very idea of white genocide, it was invented by a neo-Nazi in an American prison who was in prison for 166 years. You know, that was his sentence because he helped assassinate a Jewish broadcaster. So, like, you know, he also came up with the 14 words and the 88 tenets, because he was a neo-Nazi, and neo-Nazis love the 14 words and the 88 tenets. So, fun fact: the more you know. Let's get back to this interview with Elon.
Washington, federal workers say that Doge has left the government's operations in disarray. And worst of all, it might have all been for nothing. Musk claims to have saved the government $175 billion so far, nowhere close to his original target, or even his revised target. And that was before the president's new spending bill passed the House. According to the Congressional Budget Office, it will add $3.8 trillion to our debt over the next 10 years. It's now being debated in the Senate.
So, you know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, doesn't decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I actually thought about your work and, like, all that hard work you did, it's gone. The interesting thing about this, though, is that, like, I wonder, because let me be totally clear, all my cards on the table. I think that Elon Musk is a very dumb man, and so I'm wondering if he genuinely came in thinking he would find $2 trillion of waste in the U.S. government. That is genuinely something a moron might think. And I think he thought that that's how the government works. And now he's like, but wait, you know, I cut everything I could, and now they're trying to increase the national debt? What?
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
And here's where the story gets a little complicated. Right after our interview, CBS News posted a clip of it to promote this very report. It was that part where Musk criticizes Trump's spending bill, and his remarks became news. It went all the way up to the White House.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill.
Within 24 hours, Musk announced that his time in the Trump administration was officially over.
Oh, God. I genuinely hope that this is just a result of Donald Trump being done with this ghoul, you know? Sneeze. Excuse me. Like, I hope that it's less that Elon Musk is genuine, like he got everything he wanted and is getting out, and more that, like, just Donald Trump just couldn't take him anymore, you know?
Out of Doge, out of government. He said that the reason was that his limited 130-day stint as advisor was ending. But until that moment, he'd been saying that he still intended to work on Doge part-time.
Doge is going to continue, just it's as a way of life. And I will have some participation in that, but as I've said publicly, my focus has to be on the companies at this point.
Truth is, the Trump-Musk relationship had already seemed to be cooling. Trump used to post about Musk about 6 times a week, but by April, he'd stopped mentioning Musk altogether.
Today it's about a man
God, it really is like a bad breakup.
named Elon.
Still, on Friday, they held a media event at the White House to confirm their mutual admiration and to leave the door open for future collaboration.
And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling.
The Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president.
Trump kicked Bolton out because of a mustache. I never would have thought Musk would outlast RFK Jr. with the spastic dysphonia.
Yeah, genuinely, I'm surprised. I think, though, that Donald Trump likes RFK Jr.'s machismo. I think he likes that. Also, he likes that it's a Kennedy, you know? Rooting for the giant meteor used to be a joke. Lawrence, thank you for the $2 super chat. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Elon is high as fuck in this. Well, yeah, you can see his eyes bugging out.
Musk might be the first to admit that his Doge experiment gave him a black eye. Like the actual black eye he had on Friday, which he says he got from his 5-year-old son, or the matching one on that statue. At least for now, Musk says that his focus will be running his business ventures. Tesla, Starlink, X, XAI, Neuralink, Optimus Robots, The Boring Company.
Oh God, can we just like take a moment? Like, y'all know those robots aren't going to be doing shit, right? Like, you guys know that, right? Like, you all know that that's horse shit, right? Like, none of you have like fallen in and think that like the robots are actually going to function, right? Like they literally had to get a guy in a suit to do the initial launch. His self-driving tech is in a massive... okay, real talk, all self-driving tech is a massive safety hazard. Jack, did you see during this part when Donald is giving a farewell to Musk that Donald doesn't know how wiring works? He makes a comment about wiring and copper, how wiring and copper aren't compatible. I did not see that. Fuck.
And SpaceX.
Are all of your businesses related in some way?
Well, I guess you can think of the businesses as things that improve the probable.
Dude's gone, man. Like he's like spacing as fuck.
Trajectory of civilization. The probable as things that improve the probable trajectory of civilization. So, for making life multiplanetary or extending life to Mars, the idea there is to ensure the long-term survival of life and consciousness as we know it.
We're going to use this launch to kind of further accelerate.
After our interview Tuesday, we were invited to witness the 9th launch of his Starship, the biggest rocket ever built. The 2 previous Starship tests ended in explosions, or as SpaceX puts it, rapid, unscheduled disassemblies. So all eyes were on Test Launch 9 to see if a Starship could return to Earth in one piece.
As Musk left our interview to watch the launch, he said something that could summarize all of his enterprises. I can't guarantee success, but I can guarantee excitement.
Can I just say I hate how mainstream media talks about Elon Musk? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you glazing this absolute loser clown? Hey, you know who could have done this better? You know what could have done space launches better? NASA. NASA could do that with a fraction of the budget. NASA was putting men on the moon with a box of scraps.
In the end, Elon Musk's giant rocket spun out of control. It did not survive re-entry.
I'm shocked. I wouldn't be standing so close to that spaceship. Yeah, no kidding. God. No, there are no commies in space? Wrong. The communists must already be in space. That's why Elon is failing.
Space!
Oh, God. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm no science geek, but then somebody nailed down rocket launches like 50 years ago. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like the marginally cool aspect of SpaceX is that they have reusable rockets, but like NASA could have done that. You know, we like genuinely like we had reusable spaceships already. They just need to actually fund NASA. Like the reason NASA kept fucking up is because they were chronically underfunded. Reusable rockets mean you have to use more fuel. Yeah, I mean that's the other aspect of it, isn't it? Like the space shuttle, yes. Oh yeah, this lady standing next to like the literal mountain of code she wrote at NASA, like Jesus Christ. Can you imagine handwriting all of this shit? Margaret Hamilton? Jesus Christ. It's literally as tall as her. Maybe a little bit taller. Queen shit indeed. Can we have a gay space colony with artificial wombs? It's Pride Month. We can have anything we want. Okay, so you might think, okay, well that's where the story ends. Haha, let's point and laugh at Elon Musk, right? Like that's typically where this story would end, except that the crash out has continued. In fact, Elon Musk is not doing so hot and is in fact actively railing against the Republican budget bill. So this is less and less like it's actually like an amicable break, and is instead looking more like, oh, he actually did have to leave before he was through doing what he wanted to do. Because dude's literally on Twitter all day, every day now, tweeting, mammoth spending bills are bankrupting America. Enough. And like, he's also, you know, it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. And this is maybe the most damning one of all. In November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. So, like, genuinely, if this breakup leads to Elon Musk throwing money against Republicans, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm not going to hold my breath, but like, genuinely, Elon Musk on his jilted lover arc, I'm kind of here for it. Yeah, sure. Let's get all of the people who were very cowardly and voted for this bill that's going to kill the American people. Yeah, let's get them out of office. I agree, actually. You know? This, by the way, is why you don't cozy up to like try and get in Republican good graces, by the way. Because genuinely, you don't have to. They're eventually going to like begin fighting with each other and take, you know, your side in part anyway. Man, most divorced man brings divorced energy to politics. Yeah, no kidding. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. There are no Republican good graces. Well, that's exactly it, right? It's an illusion. It's the stuff that like people like Cenk Uygur chase. It's all illusory. It's not real, right? So I just think that this is really funny and really good. And also an indicator that Elon Musk
I
is
went to use
crashing
the
out.
bathroom, and I come back for this. Here is a celebratory donation.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 dono. But I'm also, you know, the good news is cut with a little bit of the weird and wild. And that is that Elon Musk isn't doing okay, which should be patently obvious by the fact that he's having a public meltdown now over this budget bill, which is, you know, I'm all for him having a public meltdown, but it's not, you know, it doesn't speak well of where he's doing personally. But I think we have reached rock bottom on how cooked Elon Musk's ketamine-fueled brain is at. Like, we've reached rock bottom for him. And I know that because of another tweet that he put out yesterday at 8:14 in the morning. That's right. That's Elon Musk tweeting out, "What if alt hissed?"
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle. I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have. The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
So, folks, you guys all thought that this was just going to be the end of like a standalone story about the state of politics and, you know, the wild world of Elon Musk and SpaceX and Doge and Tesla. But no, it doesn't stop there. We have to dive deeper. We have to find out what exactly is Elon Musk elevating from What If Alt Hissed? Okay? And I just need you all to know, you all might have thought it was weird, right? That I was covering so much What If Alt Hissed. You know, you guys all thought it might have been a bit bizarre that I was focusing on this weirdly large channel that just has inane gobbledygook about like history that is backed up by nothing except for the insane ramblings of a guy who's incapable of would be incapable of having a discussion with an actual history professor. If you guys want to know more about What If Alt Hist, I have a little playlist where we go over his manifesto, his spiritual manifesto. And boy, howdy, do I recommend listening to like any point within the middle of one of those videos about his beliefs, if you want to get an idea of just how cooked your brain has to be to listen to this guy and think he has good ideas. And so with that, folks, we're going to continue this in part 2. Okay, you got a part 1. Now we got to go into part 2. Let's fucking go. We did it, folks. Part 1 done, baby. That's right. We're on the hour mark too. That only took us an hour. Look at that.
Speaking of leave alone, the second Impact Lost is so good.
You know, I should watch Evangelion. For the amount of time that I have Neon Genesis Evangelion's theme stuck in my head, which is like constantly, I should probably watch it at some point. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that immensely. The return of What If Alt Hist. Can it really be a return if we literally talked about him last week and his video about the Jews? Oh God, what is this? Is this the song? Oh! That second Impact. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Yano, one of your first videos about What If All This was about the conspiracy singularity. Now we've got Rudyard, Musk, and Happy Science all converging.
It's true, right? Like I feel like my like the entire hypothesis of the conspiracy singularity has been proven true time and time again, right? Like genuinely, you have like fringe wackos who are talking about how like the Jewish mind is like a nuclear reactor of culture compared to the feeble attempts of culture of like surrounding nations because their IQ is 1,000 years more advanced. You have Rudyard of What If Alt History making these claims, and of course Elon Musk falls into that because he's just fucking nuts. Like, it's just the conspiracism hooks you in and it brings you around and spirals you into meaninglessness. And in the center of that meaninglessness is fascism. You know? It is the gravitational force around which all these conspiracy theories orbit. You're going to have to write a book. You have no idea how true that might be in a couple days' time. With that being said, I need to go use the bathroom because I have been drinking lots of water. This stream brought to you by Big Water. And gotta pee. BRB, you all can chill to Zang. No, this is Dudley's name. Why did I think that was Zangief? Beefy boy. All right, BRB.
hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
I hate this. I hate this so much. Thank you. What does this mean?
Agatha Christie was so successful because she was brilliant, because she had an amazing creative imagination. Sometimes you're just a genius, and she was. She could plot amazing murder mysteries in a way that nobody else has been able to do.
Agatha Christie changed storytelling forever. She defined and refined the art of murder mystery writing. Her stories...
Okay, real quick. Totally not important here, but like...
Agatha Christie changed storytelling forever. She...
Why is this a haircut in the UK? Why is, like, do you walk into your like barber shop, or go up to your stylist and you say, I want my hair to look like a bird's nest? Like, what happens here?
Defined and refined the art.
Like, this man is the CEO and chairman of a company. One would imagine he has money to not look like this.
Of murder mystery writing. Her stories are still enjoyed by millions today. 50 years after her passing, we are still reading Agatha Christie because essentially she is murder mystery. She was also my great-grandmother. She died when I was young, but I grew up surrounded by stories of her and her stories.
And now I've fed all of that into a machine, and it's going to perform a necromancy and summon her spirit back to teach all of you how to write exactly like her.
Agatha Christie is the most successful novelist in the history of the human race. She is, without doubt, a true maestro in her field.
This course is the chance for aspiring writers to learn from the master of the murder mystery genre.
No, it's fucking not. Shut the fuck up. You haven't summoned the spirit of Agatha Christie. You have an AI regurgitating shit.
Before anything happened, we had to approach the Agatha Christie estate. We prepared a full
Whoa. Lady Rinklot, you're saying you could learn from her by reading her books? In 2025, authors aren't reading anymore.
And we went and presented to James, Agatha's great-grandson.
When BBC Maestro first approached my family about creating a writing course using my great-grandmother's words and likeness, I didn't know what was possible.
You probably should have told them to fuck off and let your grandmother rest in peace instead of pillaging her remains. to enrich yourself, you fucking asshole. Fucking ass troglodyte.
But the only thing I realized was that whatever it was, it had to be first class.
Agatha Christie has been my personal hero since I was 11 years old, and I first picked up Why Didn't They Ask Evans?
And I thought, what better way to honor her memory than by soiling her corpse?
I've been a fan of the golden age of fiction ever since I was a teenager, and I first picked up a copy of The Moving Finger.
Can I just say, like, if you actually believe this, right? Like, you actually believe this is Agatha Christie, or just as good, right? Why bother writing novels of your own? Like, genuine question. If you actually believe that AI is capable of just straight up resurrecting Agatha Christie, why on earth would you write your own novels? Why not just have an Agatha Christie AI write all of your fucking murder mysteries? This is gross.
We presented to James what...
This is gross and antithetical to art. Antithetical to everything that Agatha Christie lived her entire life doing.
we wanted to achieve to represent and honor the legacy of Agatha Christie. One of the provisos of this project was that at every single stage, the family would see and have sign-off on what we do.
From the start, we had three guiding principles for this project. First and foremost, and non-negotiable, the basis for the words had to be Agatha Christie's own writing. Secondly, the look and sound of Agatha Christie had to be authentic. And finally, the course had to be valuable for aspiring writers.
This couldn't just be a visual representation. This
is genuinely shitty.
Thag no like make fire. So Thag throw rock into fire so rock can learn to make fire and then rock make fire.
Soccer Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
To be fair, we don't know what old Aggie was into. She might have thought soiling her corpse was hot.
I mean, maybe, you know.
It had to be an acted performance. It's the interaction, the personal sensation that you are learning directly from the maestro.
The first part of the process was that BBC Maestro assembled a group of academics and researchers who all are experts in my great-grandmother's work.
Oh, why bother having them give any input? Like what? Why not have them teach the class? What, you have a bunch of experts on her writing, why not have them teach the class?
Under the heading of Mark Aldridge.
When they brought me on board.
Genuinely, it is because of money. It's because you don't have to pay an AI chatbot residuals.
They wanted to find out what material there was about Agatha Christie, both the person but also her writing. It was really important that we were working from Agatha Christie's own words. We weren't inventing things, we weren't guessing at what she did. We really wanted to make sure that we knew how she processed all this material, all of her brain power.
You can't. You literally can't. You feed all of this information into an AI. It cannot replicate the thought of a human brain. The way a large language model works is not the way a human mind works. They are completely different. There's not a thought process here.
To make these amazing best-selling novels, and we put together a script that I think we can be really proud of.
One thing James said to us was that our script was the best academic analysis that he'd ever seen of Agatha's writing. I think as director, you set out a vision right at the beginning of what you want it to be, and then you assemble a team and they work all to their best of their creative abilities. I think it was our job to bring that script to life.
First and foremost, and at the heart of this project, are the words. But to bring those words to life took an extraordinary performance from our actor, Vivian Keane.
From about 150 actresses that we sampled, we ended up with about 6. The process was quite long. It took around a year and a half, I'd say, from start to finish before we found the brilliant Vivienne King.
No
When
shade
we
to Agatha
auditioned
Christie,
Vivienne,
but I'm very glad they didn't start with Isaac Asimov.
I really hope this doesn't become more prevalent, because I genuinely, this makes me feel nauseous and like sick to my stomach in a way that I find difficult to put into words. Like genuinely, there's a part of me that feels like you are taking the essence of somebody's life work and feeding it into a machine to spit out a horrid simulacrum. You know, like this is like I genuinely, it's a desecration. Like I view it as tantamount to like violating a person's corpse. It's disgusting to me. Like I don't know if you guys, like, I have an immense respect for the written word and for all forms of storytelling, and to cheapen it like this in order to save a couple bucks, in order to traffic someone's life's work around as if it's like a sideshow novelty. It's really, really gross.
it was apparent that she was perfect for the role. She really brought Agatha to life in the script that we gave her to read.
Working with Vivienne Keane was an absolute gift. I've never seen anybody put so much into a performance. We thought we were dealing with Agatha Christie for 2 or 3 days. It was amazing.
It's unlike anything I've ever done before. I don't think I'm ever going to get her voice.
I really want to kick these people in the Dickens.
Careful, they're gonna dig up Dickens next.
As such, but I've...
Thank you for the $10 dono, Paladin.
...got the cadence. Just trying to get that period feel, because she's got a voice that is very much of her era, I think. And the more I looked at her stuff as well, I think she's just feisty and funny and so ordered, and she really studied her craft.
I find that with a lot of actors that they really get into character when they get into costume. It really helps them to embody the character that they're playing. So I did quite a lot of research to find out what Agatha's engagement ring looked like. She quite often would have her brooch here on the lapel of her jacket. Because she was so detail-focused in her writing, it makes sense that she would be so detail-focused in how she put herself together as well. With Viv, I think it really helped her to embody Agatha.
This is not an impersonation, it
I'm
is an
still
interpretation.
salty about that AI-generated George Carlin stand-up special that Will Sasso and his nitwit buddy created.
Oh, same. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. And I know that this might make me seem like I'm stuck up about it or something, right? But like, genuinely, how can you support this? Imagine having so little respect for like the entire concept of human to human communication that you want to offload literally our most time-honored tradition to it. Like, us telling each other stories is what lifts us up out of the muck, you know? Us being able to string together events in a narrative that we can convey to each other is what, like, makes us human being. And you would give the very essence of that to a goddamn machine that's just gonna spit out hollow garbage at you. That means nothing to the machine. It means nothing to the machine. Ugh.
And on top of that, we have used technology to bring these words to life in a way that would not have been possible before.
This groundbreaking production required different disciplines with all the visual and audio effects, but then it had an added AI dimension to take on board. So assembling the team for this project was kind of unique for BBC Maestro, because obviously they used all the same, filming crew that we'd always used, but there was a whole new set of people that we'd not used before. So we were introduced to like the wardrobe, the hair, the makeup.
So the thing about hair is that it's got a life of its own. We knew that we couldn't use AI for the hair. We needed to make it look natural. I think if this project was 100% computer generated, it would look fake. So I think it was important that we got the softness of the hair.
We thought it was incredibly important to give Agatha a very real...
Why are we watching this AI slap? Well, we're watching the behind-the-scenes making of this AI slap.
Environment to inhabit. Rather than recreate an authentic reproduction of where she might have worked, her library or study, we felt that it was more important to create a rather more poetic atmosphere for her. So we started researching the period and picking out beautiful pieces that we could put in her room that had authenticity. We ended up using the same model as the typewriter she would have written on. We had to think about this palette of the world that she inhabited.
We'd never used an AI technology team, visual effects. We'd never used voice manipulation. So we all had our...
Like, you guys had, like, just to be fucking clear.
We need to use AI to create stories because we're bored, despite being bored being the reason we make up stories. I'd take 1,000 years of spirit science instead.
Honestly, at least we can laugh at spirit science. Jesus Christ. Like, the issue here is that, like, you had all of the experts in the field of Agatha Christie writing. You had Agatha Christie experts, historians. And rather than use them in order to make a compelling, like, course where each one teaches about, like, a special area that they are an expert in and, like, actually interesting shit, you fed just AI. You fed an AI. You trained an AI off of Agatha Christie's works and then decided the slop it published was good enough after it had been gone over by a couple of these experts. And, like, just have the experts do it. Just do the just have the experts use editing, edit it together into different classes, and you're good. If somebody's taking an Agatha Christie writing course, they should probably have already read a bunch of Agatha Christie novels. But that would cost more money. I mean, ultimately, it just all comes down to capitalistic incentive. It's true. It's almost like capitalism itself is eroding the very fabric of society, the very things that make us human in order to commodify them and drive up profits. Almost like that.
Roles to do, which there was an extra disciplines on top, which we haven't had before with BBC Maestro courses.
It was an interesting project because it had an extra level of complexity, because not only was I working with the director and the creative team that I would normally work with, I suddenly had an AI visual effects technician.
Excuse you, that one American? What are you talking about?
As a humanities guy, I'm feeling really doomed about spending 20 years of my life becoming an expert in a field, and now these fucknuts are just doing this.
Yeah, it feels really bad. Don't like it. You're a storyteller, but I just don't have the fire? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Whoever got inspired by the Epic of Gilgamesh? Let's just feed it Michael Bay.
No. Just feed it the Epic of Gilgamesh. Let's just like, like, why not? Fill it with all of literature and have it come up with the one perfect story. And then we don't need another one. We can just have the one story that we sell to everyone. Bada bing, bada boom. We make a bajillion dollars. It's true. I don't have a fire. Oh, like I don't have a fireplace? Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. I'm tracking with you now. That makes more sense.
who had certain parameters that we needed to work with as well, in terms of the lighting had to match some of the data set of photographs and film that they had of Agatha Christie in that time period.
This course has real value to Agatha Christie fans, but it's more than that. It's something that anybody who wants to write can really get something out of. And if you're going to learn about writing, then I think you should want to learn from the world's best-selling novelist.
Can I just tell you how much I despise the fact that this guy who's made his career as an Agatha Christie historian is treating this AI fucking shit stain as if it's the actual Agatha Christie. And like, no, it's not. It could never be. The thought processes aren't the same. A large language model is just a statistical engine. It's picking the statistically most likely, most desired configuration of words to follow up any input put into it. It is not thinking like a person, and treating it like that fundamentally misunderstands what this is. The use of the term AI in cases like this, when it's a large language model, it just does it a disservice, like as if it is an actual intelligence. It's not. God.
The team for this BBC Maestro course was a much bigger team. It's almost reached 100 people.
I haven't played the Alan Wake games, but I'd really like to. I bought the remaster a long time ago to play on stream, and I just never got around to it.
Who have worked on this project. So for an AI project, it wasn't simply somebody who pressed a button on a computer and then it all just suddenly appeared and we typed in anything that we ever wanted Agatha to say. It's Agatha in her own words.
It required more people.
Don't you... It's not her own words. She's dead. She died 50 years ago.
To create a...
If you want her own words, they're there in her books.
Truly authentic, realistic AI representation of Agatha.
What has been absolutely incredible from every individual participant is the care, love, and attention. Every specific detail, every attention has been paid by a team who all felt the same.
I think we did do that script justice.
I must confess that this is all rather new to me. As I have been writing and publishing my novels and short stories for quite some time now, I have often been asked about my technique by interviewers.
My family approached this project with great...
This disgusts me. This disgusts me. No. Even if this looked like a perfect facsimile of a human being, it would disgust me.
Great love and respect for my great-grandmother.
And that's why you dug up her corpse to fuck it in front of all the world.
At the heart of this was my father, who knew Agatha Christie better than any person alive.
And I'm sure he was very pleased that you dug up her corpse and fucked her in front of the entire world.
At times, he was astounded by how similar to his grandmother this version was. And my view is that if he can enjoy this project, we can all enjoy it, and it can be enjoyed by people all over the world.
My promise to you is that I will pass on the best advice I can from my own experiences.
When we went to see the BBC to tell them of this project, we were genuinely nervous. There's a lot of concern over AI, quite rightly, and so we had to explain...
Genuinely, just film her. Film the goddamn actress. So many different levels of this make me upset.
The BBC that this would be a job creator. It would be something that would be important and useful, and it would be something that expresses...
Wait, they fucking whitewashed a white woman? Holy shit, they did. Oh, God.
INB4I grifters start uploading loved ones to pull the psychic scam to bring closure to family members.
Oh, God. You know it's only a matter of time before, like, the AI grifters start using this for, like, weird sex stuff with, like, dead people, right? You guys know that, right? Like it's a matter of time until like they start doing like AI Cleopatra, AI, Selena. Like what you guys understand like what's gonna happen here, right? With this type of technology. Applying it that it isn't already, well, it's obviously already happening, but like Jesus Christ.
Quite rightly, and so we had to explain to the BBC that this would be a job creator.
Hey,
It
Tipster.
would be something that would be important and useful, and it would be something that expresses AI not to invent words for Agatha Christie, but to represent Agatha Christie in her own words.
Agatha Christie's stories are
Yeah, there are already AI services that give you a replica of your deceased partner, and honestly, I find that so gross. I can think of nothing that would dishonor the memory of like someone I loved with all of my heart more than pretending a machine is them, you know?
are enjoyed today as much as they were in her day. My 12-year-old son has just started reading them, and it is extraordinary how he gets to the end of each book and is astounded and annoyed that he hasn't been able to guess the culprit. I think this is absolute proof of the genius of her storytelling. I have no hesitation in saying how incredibly proud we are of what we've achieved.
The family should sue, yeah, but the family signed off on this. I just think it's disgusting on principle.
I am Agatha Christie, and I...
I'm Vivian Keane.
Ew.
And it has been my honour and privilege to play Agatha Christie.
Well, I hate that. And every day I get more and more in favor of a Butlerian jihad. Okay? Every day that passes, a Butlerian jihad sounds more and more desirable. Oh, God. Girl, why are you on so late? I'm sorry, Austin Sims. I'm a late night bean. And also I have so much going on in the daytime that like I can't do the stream earlier. I am going to be moving soon, and that might be able to help. I might be able to move it a bit earlier, but like late is just kind of how I do. But yeah, this was really fucking disgusting, right?
We've gone to great efforts to have Jack speak in her own words. AI Riverboat Jack, I love capitalism.
No! See? Disgusting. It must be eliminated. It must be destroyed. A Jacklarian jihad, indeed. Let's not get mad at Vivian, though. I mean, I'm not super mad at Vivian. Like, a job's a job. Acting's hard. But, like, I'm mad at everyone else that allowed this to happen. It's just so gross. It's just so gross. Ugh. Anyway, AI is bad, and maybe we should not use it, actually. Maybe we should actively rail against the use of AI and oppose it in all of its forms because it's destroying society for the profit of a few elite people at the expense of literally all of us. Okay? Do you like R. Kelly's music? No. Sorry. I don't listen to a ton of music, so I generally just gonna say no because I'm not familiar with it. So there we are, folks. AI is bad. And you know, maybe we should not use it, actually. Ugh. Do you have a Badusi? What the fuck? You all, the randos that come into chat, an unending source of entertainment. You like Minecraft, right? How about something fun for like 3 minutes? What's this? The Drill Factory. That's pretty cool. What? I don't understand what I'm watching.
Robert, when you say teenage, how old are we talking? Kelly.
Oh no. I don't like that. Is this mod stuff? I genuinely have no idea what this is. Yeah, this must be mod stuff, right? Sorry, there was a spider, and it freaked me out, so I clapped it. Well, that's pretty cool. I don't understand what I just saw, though. It's a drill. Oh, I understand it's a drill factory. I just it seems like a lot of work. It probably, yeah, it took a lot of effort. All that to make a big drill. I mean, it's really impressive that that factory was cool as shit. It's the most popular popular mod in Minecraft called Create. Well, that's interesting. Cool.
Feeding Norwegian composers into AI would be egregious.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 21 subs. Oh god, that was good. Okay. We had our brief sojourn into being really angry at AI. It's time for us to return to our roots, okay? But before we get that far, hey folks, have you remembered to like, comment, and subscribe on the stream? Have you done your like? Have you done your comment? Have you subscribed? Have you followed? Have you dropped a sub or a dono or a membership? consider supporting the stream today, because you guys make the stream possible, and I literally could not do it without you fine folks. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click click button, click Nailing it. Good job, chat. What does Cult Totem do? Well, one of these days I'm gonna go back and finish Cult of the Lamb, and then all of your totems will belong to me. I saw your post about Jonathan Joss. Are you also King of the Hill fan? Absolutely. It was one of the few like more adult animation shows that I was allowed to watch. I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons, but I was allowed to watch King of the Hill. So like characters like Jonathan, John Redcorn, like they made a lot. They meant a lot to me, you know. I miss Dono Ghost though. We don't get enough. Well, you guys look, Dono Ghost is special. No one can predict the Dono Ghost. Cult of the Lamb, you say? I like video games so much. I'm thinking that tomorrow I want to play a game on stream. We'll see if I can get away with it.
They always ask what is a woman, but they never ask what is a womb man.
Suck it, then get thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. They do always be asking. Oh god. Also considering, hey Goblin City Band, welcome. But folks, just a quick plug. If you haven't heard of it yet, my partner and I launched a lingerie company a couple days ago, and it's a lingerie company that makes lingerie, obviously, for trans femmes. So hey, are you a trans femme? Do you know a trans femme? They should check out Imogene Olivia. Okay, it's live. People can order from the website now. It's gender euphoric lingerie, the first of its kind. It is designed with trans people in mind. So you have different features for the panties and the bra or bralette. Our first set includes the bralette, which I'm actually wearing right now. It's lovely. It's a bralette, so no underwire, but it provides like enough support with some really kind of cool corset-like designs that are input. Just do not wash it. do not put it in like the washing machine or the dryer. Okay, it will warp the plastic, the boning. Okay, hand wash it. Hand wash it with a nice little soap. If your soap is good enough to put on your body, it's good enough to put on your lingerie. Okay. And so it's trans femme lingerie, but you know what? If you're a cis guy, you can wear it. If you're a cis woman, you can wear it. Like you just gotta want to, have the will to look femme, and this is the way. Okay, like it's great. It's great stuff. The boning, yeah, Here, you can see it actually better on the website here. You see these these pieces right here, or like right here along like the outside of like the breast, or like you can see it more clearly up maybe on the right side. That has like structural support inside of it. So regardless of your chest size, it can provide a nice curve. It's really nice. Also, it feels really good. Yeah, boning is a term that's more common for like corsetry, but this is just kind of inspired. The design's kind of inspired by corset looks. So ImagineOlivia.com, check it out. Tell your friends and family about it, especially if you got any friends and family trans ladies, trans peepo, non-binary folk.
Hell yeah, Cult of the Lamb. Also happy Pride, white flag emoji, rainbow emoji.
Happy Pride to you too, Zia Spots. Thank you for the $40 super chat. Thank you so goddamn much. Appreciate it, folks. Told my trans lady friend about it. Thank you, Eddie. Let's go. And I want to be clear, we are marketing it towards trans femmes, but again, you can wear it if you're a cis guy, you can wear it if you're a cis lady. You know, there are cis ladies who struggle to find bras and bralettes that accommodate like larger rib cages. We got you covered. There are people who want like wider gussets in their panties. We got you covered. You know? I bought the IO bralette and a corset for Ren Fair purposes recently, so I'm set on corsety vibes now. Hell yeah! Let's go, Goblin City Band! Tell you Dami mommies too? True. True. Gusset is a funny word. True. How much is the price range? The bralette is $84 and the panties are $42 each. Which I know might seem a bit pricey on the outset, but like I can tell you as somebody who has looked at higher end lingerie, it's actually pretty reasonable. My baby will be rocking the bralette shortly. Hell yeah. The price range that like is being targeted is kind of like the yeah, small company, a lot of work going into it, but also like it is targeting not the high end of lingerie, but like what is the comparable? Is it maybe like Honey Burdette? Maybe slightly below that. Victoria's Secret, but worth the price. You know? When I hand wash, I use Woolite. I assume that would work with this too. I believe so. You just gotta hand wash. If you're looking for different soaps, there are specialty like lingerie soaps you can buy that will keep it in good working order. And my partner will be on stream in like a few days, sometime, to answer more questions. And she's a lot more knowledgeable about all of this than I am. Is she the one making it? No, it's being manufactured in a different country, in China. Let's see here. Is it possible to hand wash in the shower on the person? I mean, I don't see why not. Sounds hot. I agree. Cool water only though, not shower hot water. Yeah, you're probably not going to want to wash it in hot water, just as an FYI. You don't want to disfigure it. Again, bra sewing machines are expensive and special. Yeah, there are only a handful of places on the planet that can actually manufacture bras. And of the small number that are in the United States, one that we looked at was busted like a month prior to when we looked at it for using like immigrant slave labor. So like it's the small number of companies that actually do this are sussy to say the least. But we found a manufacturing partner that we actually have a person we pay to do unscheduled like check-ins at the conditions of the factory in order to make sure that it's not being done by slaves, and people are actually liking working there. do. Brutus Magnuson. Godzilla's usually fine. Galadin has woolite for delicate soap. I think that should be good. It's true, Amber Brains. It's really awful. Does she do alterations to fit after purchase if the top and bottom options do not fit right? We have, I believe there's a certain return policy on the website. It depends. If it just doesn't like fit right, I'm sure you can reach out and email her and she'll figure something out. Beep boop. Jack is becoming a filthy capitalist. Do. I mean, is it really a filthy capitalism if like it's a one-person operation? I don't know about that. Like not Bob. Is it Bob's Red Mill? Yeah, Bob's Red Mill is a worker co-op. They still sell their product to capitalist grocery stores. You should shoot a video for the website that shows how to do the measurements. The website, I believe, has like a fact that has diagrams that show how to do the measurements, but maybe we could do a video sometime. Don't you know socialism is a poverty cult? It's true. No house, well, socialisms. They look great. You should be really proud. I mean, I'm really proud of my partner. My partner made some incredible designs and has been doing the vast majority of the work on it. It's just like this is just me like gushing that I think that she's doing a great job. This is too early for a controversy? What? Socialism is when Hassan is homeless. True. I am a wife gal. It's true. My wife, very nice. Someday soon, I hope. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
I tried convincing a bunch of chickens to make their workplace worker-owned, but they said they were already part of a co-op.
Lol. uh... Sake Tanuki, your puns have begun to harm me. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Have I asked her? No, she's gonna ask me. Take 2d4 psychic damage, indeed. Godzilla, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. I'm putting you in a timeout for 30 minutes. I volunteered to work a shift at the DSA table at a local Pride event. Hell yeah! Let's go!
We need to help Jack get a voice acting gig so she can finally come out as a thespian.
Acting! Thank you for the $5 dono. I do want to be out of the closet as a thespian. You know, it's been weighing on me for too long. You know, I've been in the darkness for far too long, unable to truly be myself as a thespian. It's really, really sad. You got this, Adam S. What's a thespian? It's the actor. God. Hello, Aquaball. How you doing? We're just checking in with the chat, seeing how all you are doing. Doing well? Hell yeah. Harold, they're thespians. Oh, that's so fucking good. Matatiyahu, that was so fucking good. Oh, God. That works so well in the context of that meme. Shit. God.
Socialism is when the government does stuff, and the more stuff the government does, the more socialist it is. Then when the government does a whole bunch of stuff, it's communism.
It's true. It's true. That's very true.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. We all doing good? We all copacetic? Y'all good in chat? No one's fighting? No one's aiming to pick a fight? We all good? Feeling pretty good in terms of myself. Partner and I are finally in a place to go from being separated to rebuilding our relationship. It's felt good to start that work, even if it's not all fun. Hell yeah, Harold. Love that for you. I am to pick scabs. Ay, I am a drama guy. Ay. Damn, Paladin.
If you come out as a the Spoon, and your first role is Sweeney Todd, do you have to practice scissoring?
I think it's part of the job. Like that goes with the territory, you know? you gotta keep going. You gotta keep doing it until you get good, you know? It's like what they tell you about Elden Ring. You gotta get good. My local DSA held meetings in the library, then they changed the closing time, so I volunteered the community room at our Pride office. Being the VP has its perks. Nice. Well, are we ready to move on? Eyebrow wiggle. We ready to dive in? To God knows what? Let's do the thing. Yes? Elden Ring is horrible. I've played Neo. Neo's good. Elden Ring is better. Though, I will say, FromSoft still needs to steal the stamina thing. They need to steal the stamina mechanic from Neo. It was so good. All right. Let's get to it. Yeah, the key pulse or chi pulse.
For those that don't know,
it's time. Now, let's dive into it, shall we? Now, folks, there's a guy named What If Alt Hist, and he's a channel with over 700,000 subscribers, and he has a video from about 8 months ago titled "The Greatest Lie Ever Told," and that video just a couple days ago was amplified by Elon Musk, one of the wealthiest people on the planet. And, well, I figure we should probably dive into that and see what it's all about, considering the wealthiest man on the planet thinks that it's a good idea. Well, brace yourselves, because I have literally no idea what this video is about. I have none. Let's dive into it, shall we?
For those that don't know, the two topics I've studied the most are anthropology and history. These two fields have gone on radically different trajectories over the course of the last century. For history, it stayed relatively objective, barring a few obvious fields.
One of the things I'm eternally grateful for is that in history, as a discipline, if you get a random book explaining any given epoch bookstore, you could expect it to be relatively unbiased and well written. This is the thing history is the best at versus other fields. That's objectively incorrect. That one, any given epic bookstore? What? Or epoch bookstore? Okay, whatever. Ignoring the grammatical issues we've already encountered 17 seconds into this, objectively speaking, history is not written without a point of view at all. It's one of the most subjective fields. Gamer G, I think what he's trying to say is that if you try and pick out a book on any given epoch from a bookstore, and he just completely was incapable of saying that. So we're, again, 17 seconds into the content that the world's richest man has amplified, and it's already dog shit. And I'm not surprised. What does that mean? He's saying that you can basically walk into a bookstore, pick a random history book, and it's going to be unbiased and accurate. Which is just not true at all. At any point in history. If you're like looking at European history and you're thinking, look at all of these unbiased firsthand accounts. Like, they're all biased. All of them. Most of them are written by like members of the Catholic Church and like the clergy and stuff. Like, most of them are written from a specific point of view with a specific kind of political end and purpose to the writing itself. You know, like, it's, if you believe this, you are one of the most gullible motherfuckers on the planet, okay?
Like colonialism, history hasn't faced the plague of obfuscation, which completely destroyed the field of anthropology. Anthropology is a pretty barren field now. I was just...
It's not... It's not at all... You just don't like it? Like, you just genuinely, you're just not really paying attention, or you just don't like the bent of current anthropological research because it's not treating, you know, skull shapes as the end all be all.
An idea this non-AI came up with randomly by watching the stream earlier is a band called A Cop for Cutie. You have moved on, but I felt the need.
Honestly, I'd listen to a band called A Cab for Cutie.
Just checking Amazon's
Thank you for the
top
$5 dono.
recommendations for books on anthropology, since I was cross-referencing it with my own favorite books on that topic. I went through the list and realized that, unironically, 3/4 of the top books in anthropology were literal pseudoscience. When I say pseudoscience, I don't mean...
Dude, you do not have any high ground on that.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf. This as the political attack it's normally used at, but rather from the actual scientific definition, in that pseudoscience is the replacement of scientific falsification for circular arguments based off what's basically faith. In this case, belief in inherent equality, the noble savage, and the blank slate. The irony is that the people
No, and anthropologists have actively rejected the noble savage trope for like the last 60 years. Like, the idea you're pushing here is insanely outdated. Yeah, all of these physicists are embracing geocentrism. Like, no, they're not. Sorry.
Involved project pseudoscience onto their opponents and use that as the dominant vector to control the discourse.
You literally believe that you are the fucking spiritual incarnation of Odin and Jesus Christ. Like, shut the fuck up. You do not have the high ground to talk about this.
I've invented a term named SAW, which stands for Studies in Ancient Wisdom. As I will explain later, I believe the 21st century has...
You know, I love this guy, because he'll just like straight up be like, I don't like this, I don't like the conclusions of this given field, so rather than interact with it, I'm gonna create my own field of science that, you know, with blackjack and hookers. And then it's of course dog shit.
has already seen a scientific breakthrough on a vastly unparalleled level, which we are yet to have recognized. I think said breakthrough will create a completely new paradigm and will completely change history beyond what we understand now. What Saw started to find in about half a dozen different fields is that the 20th century pulled off something absolutely incredible. The 20th century, an era—
Jesus H. Christ. I almost spit out my tea at You Should See Me as Gandalf. It never gets old.
It really doesn't. But you know what? I'm really proud of you, One-Eyed Heathen.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have. Of history with freedom of speech and press, with the most information of any era ever up to its point, with the most advanced intellectual institutions, was able to seduce its populations into believing the most absurd lie ever. The thing that really shocked me as I stumbled upon this myself is the sheer enormity of the lie. It's so vast that anyone who discovers it themselves feels insane, in that they just sense that it can't be possible.
Yeah. So if you're ever thinking something and your brain goes, whoa, that's too insane to even be possible, that's just a sign that you know the truth. If you think of insane bullshit, that's just because you're on to something. You know, that's a very convenient set of beliefs there, Rudyard.
Let me show you how we've all been complicit in the greatest lie ever told in human history. Something our descendants will laugh to themselves that we fell for.
Let's go. Lay it on us. I do not have enough alcohol for this.
You know, have we ever seen Rudyard and Ryuho Ohawa in RHA same room? Even the names are similar.
You know, I choose to believe that Rudyard is the spiritual reincarnation of Ryuho Okawa, okay? Ryuho Okawa died and via spirit transfer put himself into this young man.
One great lie we've believed is that the internet is
story
secure,
girl.
and only recently have we come to realize the danger of having your info online. That's why—
Oh god, I hate that he advertises a website I actually find useful. You know, the thing is, I could get drunk watching this right now. It would make it more palatable. But I don't know. I don't know.
Part 1. How I stumbled onto this. Realizing the sheer scale of this lie might be the most important event of my life. And so—
Can we just like point out that like if you actually have a really insightful thing to share, you'd share it right away. You'd talk about it right away. You wouldn't like preamble for like 30 minutes like I'm sure he's about to.
In some ways, one of the purposes of this channel is to share my own personal journey of trying to disentangle how big this lie is and how—
Who are you the spiritual reincarnation of? No one. I am singular and alone. I came into this world via fluke and happenstance, and I intend to leave it permanently in the same way.
How I personally tried to intellectually and psychologically cope with it. Having this audience helps keep me sane with just the sheer scale of it. One half of my brain forgets there's an audience for this journey, while the other half tries to monetize it. Human nature can be funny sometimes.
Can you guys understand now what I mean when I say that Elon Musk retweeting this particular thing really indicates a crash out of epic proportions? Like, dude is not doing okay.
Let me tell you how I figured this out. Although I'm not the first person to notice it, there were probably some super based people who knew this whole time with—
Man, I don't know who this guy is, but I feel like from the context and what I know of Rudyard, this guy might be a Nazi.
My guess being old school European aristocrats like Amaury de Riancourt or Hermann Hoppes being the first, but the people who were my biggest influences—
Just real quick, like
or Hermann Hoppes being old school European aristocrats like Amaury de Riancourt.
He's mealy mouthing it. Yeah, I tried Googling what it sounded like to me, and I'm getting I'm getting results from the Forgotten Realms wiki, so I don't think that's correct. That might be more correct, Mr. Malachite. Let's try that with your version. Let's see. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. Cool. I have no idea who this is. The source Drizzt.
Or Herman Hoppes being the
Okay, that one let's maybe use that guy as the base instead. Herman Hoppes. I can Hops? Oh. Why did he throw a Z on there? His name doesn't have a fucking Z in it. Why are you saying it with a Z? God damn. Oh, he's an anarcho-capitalist. He's an anarcho-capitalist who hates democracy. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh. You know, he's famous for his book Democracy, the God That Failed. And he wants sorry. I'm just the top lines of this guy's Wikipedia. The book favors the creation of exclusionary covenant communities that are founded for the purpose of protecting family and kin. A section of the book favoring exclusion of Democrats and homosexuals from society. Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, all right. Oh fuck. I
am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle. The first, but the people who were my biggest influences were Kurt Doolittle and Edward Dutt, who really showed the structure of how it happened and what went wrong. Although I don't agree with said authors on everything since they're significantly further right than me. The way I found this is that in high school, I could tell adults weren't telling me the full truth about the world. Both of my parents were conservatives by the time I graduated high school, and I had been reading a lot of history. It was obvious to me that the things our era of history believed were in a clear, massive disjoint with the rest of human knowledge over history, although I didn't realize the sheer scale of the lie until later. In high school, I had a series of questions about the world which got me into studying history and anthropology. Talking about just these would probably be a good video in of itself.
Yeah, okay, bud.
You folks are interested. But some of the questions are, why is Latin America or Mexico poor while America is rich? Why did my home state of Pennsylvania go into decline so harshly? Why hasn't Southeast Asia achieved more as a civilization? Why did the West rise to global dominance?
Oh god. My best answers to these questions. Latin America is poor since the Spanish established an extractive system in which there was no incentive for productivity due to the elites stealing your stuff or high regulations. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute on that one. The extractive system you're talking about is colonialism, and there was an incentive for productivity. It was insane violence or murder. That, like, the incentive was not being killed or tortured to death. You know, like that was the incentive for the extractive system that was established under colonialism in Latin America. So, let's just be clear about that. It wasn't a result of high regulations or a lack of incentive structure. The incentive structure was actually pretty clear. Ay. God damn. Point 2, Pennsylvania crashed so hard as a state since socialist governments took over, which increased regulations and corruption. On top of this, globalization opened up cheaper places like the American South, Mexico, Thailand, or China. And you know what's insane there? It's that Pennsylvania's never been controlled by socialists. He's just making that part up in order to cover for the real reason that labor crashed in Pennsylvania, which is the offshoring of manufacturing to other countries where labor is cheaper, something that he supports under capitalism. Okay, point 3, the West dominated the world due to many reasons, but I would explicitly say a more fluid social structure which forced elites to compete rather than predate. My good bitch. We literally had a class of people called robber barons. But okay. We literally had company towns that fostered local monopolies. But okay. Creating adaptive systems like science, democracy, meritocracy, and capitalism. Fun fact, all systems can be adaptive. Those are adaptation is not unique to science or democracy or meritocracy, which isn't really a system. It's more of like a goal, an aspiration, if you will, and capitalism. Like those are, other than meritocracy, those are all adaptive systems, and there are many more beyond that. Western culture also prioritizes the truth, honor, freedom, and heroism, unlike other cultures that have never at any point prioritized truth or honor or freedom or heroism. Yeah, definitely not. Like there are prominent, cultures that have like elaborate rituals around honor or truth or heroism or freedom. Yeah, definitely not. Nope. Cool. Meritocracy is just a dogshit hierarchy. I mean, meritocracy isn't even a hierarchy. It is a system that justifies the hierarchy, right? Like it is the aspirational idea that like, oh yeah, people who are better at something should be more in charge of that thing, but like that's never how it actually works out in practice, Then his next answer is Southeast Asia didn't accomplish as much as other societies due to slave economies, tropical climate, and lack of military or external threats. I would counter this by saying that if he thinks that, he just hasn't read any Southeast Asian history. Genuinely. And then MENA practiced the largest slave trade in history, pulling mostly from Africa, yet doesn't have black populations due to mass castration, which I'm not even going to touch that one. Jesus Christ.
Or why doesn't the Middle East have black people? If you're interested in my answers to these questions...
Also, the Middle East, black people do live in the Middle East? Like they literally do? All right.
Look at this text wall. In the process of trying to answer these, I ended up learning the things I needed for this channel. However, one of the biggest black pills I got out of this is that current academia has no interest in actually explaining how the world works. In the process of trying...
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you, Story Girl. Like, it is a justification used in order to establish a power structure and hierarchy. But it's one that I think a lot of people find intuitively attractive when you first present it, right? That's all I'm saying. That's what makes it useful to people trying to establish those hierarchies.
to answer those questions that should be the most underlying variables of global anthropology and human geography, is that it was incredibly difficult to find the answer. I had to read a variety of different books and put the answers together myself. If anthropology was a genuine field, there would already be a bunch of books explicitly written on these sorts of topics that entry-level college students would have to read in the first year.
There are books on anthropology that are written that are accessible to first-year university students. Like, what are you talking about, man?
What I consistently found instead is that academia ended up pushing for non-falsifiable political narratives. For a frame of reference, the purpose of the scientific method is to create tests.
Oh god, okay. The iron rule of science from Michael Strevin's The Knowledge Machine. 1. Strive to solve all arguments by empirical testing. 2. Conduct an empirical test to decide between a pair of hypotheses. Perform an experiment or measurement, one of whose possible outcomes can be explained by one hypothesis and not the other.
In which the result of the test proves one paradigm and disproves another. For example, a study on which group of white Americans has the highest income, by showing Italian and Jewish Americans have higher incomes than English Americans by looking at the statistics. From this, we can make the assessment that America...
These are some of the stats from the 80s. The fact that the two wealthiest groups in America were some of the most oppressed, and that British Americans are so low, suggests that America isn't a society primarily driven by discrimination. Yeah, it couldn't possibly be that our immigration system is predicated and means tests for wealth. Couldn't possibly be that, like, wealthier people immigrate to the United States in general, and thus those populations are buoyed by that household wealth. Clearly, it must be instead that America just doesn't discriminate against people. I don't like Rudyard mentioning Jewish people. I don't trust him doing that. Well, you shouldn't, because I just put out a video where he talks about Jewish civilization. And if you thought at the beginning of this that I was talking out of my butt about how this guy thinks that Jewish civilization is like a nuclear reactor and that the Jewish IQ is 1,000 years more advanced than other civilizations, those are things he actually says and believes. So he's a mega Nazi. Oh yeah, I have literally like a 12-hour breakdown of this guy's spiritual beliefs, and it's basically just all Nazi esotericism. It's just like a quasi mysticism infused with like beliefs about magical bloodlines and like Nazi ideology. It's crazy.
Is no longer a WASP oligarchy like it was a century ago. What I consistently found is that anthropology departments were predicated upon cyclical answers which it was physically impossible to break out of. For an example of this, and we will go through a lot, the belief in human equality was never tested. Wait, that's wrong. It was.
Could his source not afford a spell checker? Genuinely, no. He all of his notes that he puts on screen are dog shit and poorly written.
Was tested dozens of times and turned out to be wrong. No one in academia actually used any evidence to see if people are all inherently equal and the same. Ironically, taking the
oh my god. Okay, let's go back. I didn't hear the initial part of his example.
The belief in human equality was never tested. Wait, that's wrong. It was tested dozens of times and turned out to be wrong. No one in academia actually used any evidence to see if people are all inherently equal and the same.
I'm real sorry. Does this stupid motherfucker think that when people say we're all born equal, that like what that means is we all have the same IQ? Is that That's what you think people meant when they were talking about how all of us are born equal? Like, genuinely, I don't think he knows what equal means in that sense. It doesn't mean that, like, oh, we all have the same capabilities or the same, like, physical or mental capabilities. It means that we all are deserving of rights equally under the law, regardless of those abilities or lack thereof.
Ironically, taking the faith-based argument from Christianity, but starting with different first principle.
Wait, it's not a faith-based principle. It's you can make the argument for equality from, like, an atheist perspective. It is fully capable of being a secular value.
And if these people loathe Christianity, instead of saying that life is good and the world is rational under God's plan, it moved to equality and not judging others to be a statement of faith under which all other assumptions are predicated.
Also, just so we're clear here, we're 8 minutes into the video and Rudyard is already rejecting Enlightenment thinking, which is one of the main hallmarks of Nazi ideology. Just, as an FYI, for those of you keeping track.
The thing that really horrified me here is that for all of these basic assumptions, they were just never tested. And when they were, the results were thrown out. And
no, because it's a point being made about morals, about ethics. It's a point being made about what would make society better. And it turns out it makes society better to treat people equally under the law and give people equal rights under the law, regardless of the nature of their birth, regardless of their station at birth. That is better for society. It is good to treat people the same under the law.
In fact, I believe that this is intentional, given that when said assumptions were tested, it turned out they were wrong.
Also, I don't think, let me put it this way, Rudyard, I don't think you want to go the direction of saying that, like, I don't know, people, certain groups of people can be labeled as deserving different rights. Because let me tell you, I don't think you're going to be in the group you think you're going to be in.
Implications for this are truly enormous, in that what you believe about human nature determines every single aspect of human life. Whether what you prioritize as an individual person, what you hold sacred, what you teach in school, how you organize the family, workplace governance, and anything else you could possibly imagine.
Oh, Story Girl, this guy's absolutely a eugenicist. Like, just spoiler alert, everyone. This guy is like a Nazi eugenicist, like full on. Well, I'm sure we're going to get there over the course of the next 40 more minutes of this. Jesus Christ.
In short, the left just made stuff up about human nature and then used it as a bludgeon to completely reconstruct society according to their fantasies.
Yeah, as opposed to you, who thinks that, like, magic is real, and you think that based on a book that was assembled multiple different times throughout history by multiple different groups of people and is still translated vastly differently today in a variety of different contexts. And you just happen to think you lucked into the right interpretation of said magical book, and you are now saying that that belief is somehow more rational than one arrived at that is demonstrably proven to benefit society. Okay, cool.
I like to say, if you're not basing your assessments of the world off history, you're just making stuff up.
You literally just said that you're basing your belief off of Christianity, which is not history. That's theology.
The first place I stumbled into this was seeing that academia had no interest in explaining the questions above. A lot of them,
What are you talking about? There are entire departments to address those questions. Philosophy department? Anybody?
They literally just didn't care. For why Pennsylvania had failed so hard, I legitimately did not find a real explanation, and instead
what? Political science department?
had to rely off basic folk wisdom around where I grew up in Philly. This isn't...
Oh, okay, yeah, so you went to your university, didn't find anything that initially matched what you were looking for, and decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna go around and collect folk wisdom from the Pennsylvanian folk.
Important because over 100 million Americans got screwed over by the collapse of the Rust Belt, and if academia was honest, they would try to figure out why. So,
to be fair, magic and mystery is part of his history, along with the secrets of gummy berry juice.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. University Rust Belt collapse. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Literally took me like 2 seconds. Remaking the Rust Belt, the post-industrial transformation of North America. Wowee. Or, manufacturing decline. Manufacturing decline. Jason Hacksworth offers a powerful critique of the role of the Rust Belt cities in American political discourse. Oh, the Rust Belt bookshelf. What's that? Oh, wow. Look at that. Looks like there's just a bunch of books here on the history of the Rust Belt. That's crazy. All of those hyperlinks are to different books about the collapse of the Rust Belt, but no one's interested in that, I guess.
Wouldn't happen again.
Gotta go wander around and find people on their porches willing to share folk wisdom with me.
Same with why the Middle East doesn't have black people. For Latin America's poverty and the West's civilizational dominance, the authority...
Yeah, just real quick here. Remember now, when Rudyard talks about world civilizations, it's based on this bullshit map that he pulled out of his ass. Okay? I want you all to take a good, hard look at this map. Okay? This is the map of world civilizations, and Africa just has none, I guess, in the interior above South Africa, and below the civilization of Islam. Like, can we like this, when he's talking about civilization, he's referring not to like the conventional understanding of world civilizations, but instead to his own made up bullshit, his own imagination land. Just as an FYI.
Authorities told me that Latin America was destroyed due to extractive colonial systems, and the West...
You literally described the extractive system earlier in one of your footnotes.
...rose to dominance due to oppressing the Third World. As I study those topics...
Oh my god, I find the idea that the West rose due to exploiting the rest of the world hard to believe, given the... Western Europe was already the wealthiest place in the world going back into the 14th century. Once Europe gave up the colonies, it surged in economic wealth, while the former colonies stagnated. There's no correlation between wealth and colonies in Europe. Former massive colonial empires like Russia, Spain, Portugal, and Turkey are poor, while countries that didn't or barely had colonial empires like Scandinavia, Switzerland, or Germany are wealthy. The same exploitation argument could be used for Asia, which had huge empires. And I just want to pause right there and like say no. The extractive machinery of colonialism, the reason those colonies didn't all explode in wealth once that machinery was extracted and like people returned to the motherland was because they were reliant on the flow of capital into them in order to sustain their entire economy. So when that relationship ended, like the people there were left to pick up the pieces, often with the need for violence to do so. So like that doesn't really allow them to pick up the pieces in quite a productive way. Okay? And like also Germany had colonies. Also, I just need you to understand that America still has colonies. And we have colonies. We built out the American empire and its colonies specifically to get the wealth, to extract the wealth. We did that specifically to do that. Settler colonialism is literally the basis on which like America's wealth was built. The westward expansion was colonialism. It was the colonizing of the West. Like the idea here that like, oh, well, if you just don't have colonies, then you're wealthy. Like that, no, that's not actually what the data shows, buddy. Once Europe gave up the colonies, it surged in economic wealth. No. Also, once they gave up their colonies, they started using and relying on the wealth it had extracted. Fuck it. Jesus Christ. I had trouble believing Latin America never rose due to colonial exploitation, since I frankly just didn't see the evidence for said exploitation past the Spanish Empire. Well, I saw a tremendous amount of evidence for local governments exploiting the population. I wonder where local governments got the idea to perpetuate an exploitative system. I wonder where that idea came from. Latin countries which changed to pro-market policies like Chile, Argentina, Costa Rica, or pre-Castro Cuba were wealthy, and those which didn't stayed poor. The people at the top of society were wealthy. The people at the top of those societies were wealthy. The vast majority of the people in those countries were not. Pre-Castro, Batista had like fucking slave plantations, bitch. Jesus.
Myself, I found this hard to believe due to reasons which I explain in this text wall. What I consistently found is that every single thing in the leftist paradigm leads back to the same conclusion. That being that the oppressed could not be held responsible for failure, while the oppressors or successful always had to be held responsible for any negatives.
Well, yeah, the people who are in charge of a society are the ones who are responsible for the abuses of that society. Yes, the people running that system are responsible for that. It's not the fault of the people underneath the oppressed system for the system's abuses.
It's just an intellectual shell game in which you have to rationalize every single aspect of the world in order to reach that result. This is argument from faith, as I've said a few times before. It's literally in direct contradiction with the stated purpose of the scientific method. The great irony here is that the people...
The left is intellectually schizophrenic. They literally say this. Science is white male oppression based off white ideas like rationality or truth. 2, they are the science and everyone else is misinformation. They literally say the ultimate aim of politics is to get them in power. Let's believe them. Politics is power. It's not the ultimate aim of politics isn't to get in power. It is to wield power. Power is politics. That's That's literally what it's all about. And two, no one says science is white male oppression. What are you talking about?
Pushing this claim to be the science, and anyone who contradicts them is pseudoscience.
Yeah, it is almost like being able to pay for armies and guns allows you to run things. You know, it's almost like being able to do that is wielding power. Then that's in turn politics. It's crazy how all those things might be politics.
Even if the people who contradict them use the scientific method more than they do. One of the things I found...
It's just dumb nonsense. Unfortunately, guys, this dumb nonsense has been viewed by almost, 420,000 people. This guy's channel is over 700,000 people. And this particular video just got amplified by the world's richest man, a dumb fuck named Elon Musk. So unfortunately, this insane bullshit is worth going over in its entirety to point out how insane and dog shit and bullshit it is.
Which basically resulted in me stumbling into creating the acronym SAW, or Studies in Ancient Wisdom, is that I realized over 99% of history agreed on a series of rational precepts and starting points that our society disagreed with.
Oh man, I can't wait for you to try and demonstrate what all societies have agreed upon. I can't wait. It's definitely not gonna be immediately falsifiable.
Horrifyingly, our society had made this completely taboo, and often in much of the Western world, illegal to question. Things that were just completely obvious for all of human history. To break down some of the beliefs...
Things all the rest of history believe that we don't. Men and women are biologically different. Genuinely, I don't think that this is true. The understanding of biology is was so primitive like 300 years ago that like I genuinely don't know if that's true. You still until like the 1800s, at least in the West, like people didn't know how like babies were made. They didn't know what happened in the womb. They were just like, I don't know, something happens in there. Race, sex, ethnicity, and class are partly biological. Man, I do want to tell you that I told you guys eugenics was coming up here. And yes, that's true. You have a wealth gene, according to this racist motherfucker. Oh, you're poor? Should have been born with the wealth gene. 3, progress is not an innate law of the world. I mean, it's not. 4, family, community, and nation is the bedrock of human life. 5, war is net. Have we covered this video before, or has he reused this list? I think he's reused this list. I think he has reused this list. If I have covered this video before, I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so fucking mad that I've done it twice. God. War is really nasty. War is a nasty reality to accept. Yeah, dude can't spell for shit.
Almost everyone else in history had.
We haven't covered this video before. Okay, good. I know he's used this list before though, in like a different video. He must be really proud of it. And the fact that he's reused it makes me even more upset that in all the times he's used it, he hasn't noticed that this accept is the wrong version of accept.
Except us, and took to be completely obvious, which are taboo to question today. The first being that there are inherent biological...
Also, the greatest things are divine. Or a red vine? A redivine? The greatest things are redivine, and the lowest are demonic. Dude literally forgets spaces every damn day. There are archetypal forms of the universe. Fuck off. Human nature is innately fallible. Yeah, no one believes that today. Everyone believes humans are perfect. It's true.
Logical differences between men and
oh, Also, again, if you're ever curious about his thoughts on the divine and spirit world, got a good playlist for you guys. Consciousness exists in its own right. Uh-huh. I am gonna throw this out there that, like, literally not, like, these are not constants that you can find in every civilization. Sorry.
Women. Next is some inherent biological reality behind class, race, and ethnicity. That progress is not some natural law of the universe, but something that only occurs under certain incentive structures, which are rare over.
Yeah, true dissonance. I might be engaging in ableism here by critiquing this man. Like, he might genuinely be, well, I know he's unwell, but, like, unfortunately, he's also a fascist, so, you know. Maybe I'm engaging in ableism, but I'm engaging in ableism to a level I find acceptable.
For history. Family, community, and nation is the bedrock of social life. That war is a nasty part of the human condition that we have to accept. Equality doesn't really exist, and some things are innately better than
What
others.
default is just dumb enough to not know if you've heard it before, had a stroke, or are while watching the same video again?
Genuinely, he has repeated himself so many times in his videos that, like, I do find myself in that exact position, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, I really enjoy John Bainbridge's comment calling this fableism. I think that might be the best describer of this. This is fableism.
That the highest levels of beauty, achievement, and greatness are pulling from the divine, while the lowest levels are pulling from demonic forces. That these do not exist.
Oh my god, wait, I just noticed the last one, number 14. History operates in cycles of bad times decadence. He's literally doing the hard times create hard men create good times create weak men create bad hard times. Like, it's just, he's just literally doing, like, the fucking sci-fi, the shit tier sci-fi trope that, like, all the fasci do. Oh my god, dude. He literally critiqued anthropology for talking about cycles.
Physically in the way we describe, but are underlying.
Oh, this guy loves Jordan Peterson, forlorn.
Archetypal principles or forms that operate over physical matter. That human nature is inherently corruptible and requires social traditions to keep us in check. That there is a spirit world and God. That the human soul and consciousness is a force in its own right. That human life and happiness is predicated less upon material wealth and more so upon social relations or values. That the universe is a self-reflexive emergent phenomena which adapts to different situations. To frame this, literally everyone else in history besides us believed all of that stuff. Even the most educated people in the West at the start of World War I believed most of the stuff I said above. Literally every other era in history besides that.
You know, I would love to see a citation on that, Rudyard. I would love citation where you got all of the info for what most people believed. I would love to see this. You want to know who would fail the name 3 women challenge? It's this guy. This guy would instantly fail. Name any 3 women. He would fail it. I guarantee it.
Believed in them. I have a mental heuristic that if someone put Isaac Newton, Christ, Confucius, Buddha, Thomas Aquinas, and Aristotle in a room, if they agree on something, I'm just going to assume it's true as a baseline.
This is literally just Ryu Hoakawa's thinking. This is just some happy science bullshit. And, you know, what if all of those people were also angels? What if they were actually the highest level angels? You know, and if you were also very smart, you could also be a high level angel. This is it's the dream blunt rotation.
That since these people were the greatest geniuses, often coming from civilizations with zero connection to the other figures. I use this principle since I don't have infinite computing power in my brain.
Wouldn't they all hate each other? Wrong. They would all be unable to understand each other. Nailed it.
And I don't have infinite knowledge, given I am not God. Thus,
Of
I have to develop different mental tools that operate under the assumptions of my—
Wait, you're not God? Wait, I thought we were told to think of you in a certain light.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Oh.
My lack of information.
No, guys. He's not God. He's just like an emissary of God. You know, sent to bring us all back into the one true faith.
One of the methods to do that is to find other thinkers more brilliant than I, that I cannot understand the depth of their thought, and then if I can get them in different contexts to agree on something,
of course, by the way, of course, Rudyard would really respect this guy. I mean, look at his skull shape. Rudyard's calipers must have been going crazy looking at that guy.
Nearly scientific.
This guy couldn't pass a Bechdel test.
No, he couldn't. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, with Otro, the juicy brain comment really got me. It's so bulbous. It's so, yeah, you know, damn, how much cranial trauma did this man have to get a statue like that?
Way, I can make a probabilistic bet that what they agree on is probably true. This should just be complete common.
This is a great book on this philosophical points different world religions share. I'm sorry, this is a great book on this philosophic points different world religions share, of which adherents to those religions are often unaware of. It's brilliant, and I highly recommend. Can I just say, like, if you read so much, you should be able to internalize the ability to write a little bit better, you know? Also, you know, just out of curiosity, because, you know, I always wonder... let's just take a look here. I'm just wondering if this guy is a fascist, you know? I'm just curious. He seems fine.
Sense, but our society hasn't thought of it yet. The thing that terrifies me is that our society has no interest in knowing that we are literally the only people ever who believe in this stuff. That fits the literal definition of madness. One of my friends like to say that if you're the only sane person in an insane asylum, that makes you the crazy one. Crazy people don't put a sign on their heads that say, I'm crazy. The way to find madness is to find a person who has no interest in seeing the outside world, showing the fantasies in their mind to be incorrect. One of my friends has a beautiful quote that madness is the unhealthy obsession on a single topic to the detriment of everything else. For our civilization, I think we have a variety of mental illnesses at once.
The syncretism is off the chart.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I mean, I got to agree with him on this one. I think we have a variety of mental illnesses at once here. I just don't think it's in the same way he's thinking.
Something that probably deserves its own video. God, I must have promised to make hundreds of videos by this point. However, the unhealthy obsession which has stolen our world's soul is the idea of equality. Every single idea must be processed with how it relates to equality. How we must organize our society, religion, philosophy, corporations, art, and literally anything else must pander to our obsession with equality and the abdication of responsibility for the...
Well, literally, the concept of equality is that we are all treated equally under the law. Like, that's the concept of equality there, bud. Like, I'm sorry that, like, you're like, well, I want to organize companies in a way that allows them to do illegal things. Like, that's kind of more reflective of you, right? Like, if you live in a society where people are treated equally under the law, and your position is, I want to treat people unequally under the law, like, then, okay, make the case for that. But you're just kind of saying, well, no, it's bad to treat people equally under the law, though. So make the case for that. Make the argument.
Defeated. The problem is equality by itself is completely antithetical to reality. We are stuck in a horrifying Darwinist jungle where the strong eat.
Yeah, which is why we have a thing called the law. We came up with laws to govern our behaviors better than just, you know, having anarchy and like killing each other, stealing from each other, fucking each other without consequence. You know, like we came up with a system to regulate our behavior a bit better and to like elaborate on the social contract in order that like people aren't fucked over for no reason. You know, like, yeah, the law doesn't reflect the natural world because we made it. It is an artificial construct that betters all of our lives.
Eat the weak without remorse. The lion is not equal to the deer and the chieftain to the foot soldier. As time began to pass and I read more...
Hey, just real quick, you know, you made an interesting comparison just then. The chieftain to the foot soldier. What distinguishes the chieftain from the foot soldier? Would that distinction not be something backed up by, say, a law of some kind, a kind of legalistic hierarchy that elaborates on what that hierarchy is and how it functions? Would that not be law? Oh my god.
I realized the people in charge had literally no idea what they were talking about. I cross-referenced the scientific information, which everyone, including leftists, agreed with, against the regime's right to rule, and I realized the disconnect is...
Yeah, what does that mean? When you say the regime's right to rule, elaborate on that.
Truly enormous. Let's look into what the science says today about these sacred cows. Part 2. Follow the science. When I was growing up, the school system was borderline obsessed with increasing knowledge or interest in STEM, or science, math, and tech topics. This was partly a Cold War remnant and also a material...
Why did he say leftist like a slur? Because this man is a Nazi.
Society, which saw no value for the wisdom the humanities teaches. The irony is that I'm not particularly that...
As a maddened anarcho-wildebeest, I definitely qualify as everyone's outcomes should be treated like they have equal priority and value because laws are sussy. Legal equality is a specific subset of that meaning. God. Leftist is the new C-slur. Leftist is the new as we all know, leftists are the ultimate prey animals.
Good or interested in science. However, I do have a policy of trying to read at least a few books on any given topic and keep up with the scientific consensus of any given academic field is. However, even with all that effort, the public is thousands of miles away.
Uncle Gumbald, I did finish that guy's video.
From what the science says. The people who say follow the science have no clue what the science even is. I find it funny how much the educational institutions have failed in this regard. This wasn't that hard for me to...
You know, you can't really use your time in this video to point at other people and laugh at them for not understanding shit when you've literally been talking out of your ass for 16 minutes.
Research. None of the things I'm about to say here should be controversial. This is stuff if you interviewed an important academic in any of these fields, unless they felt like their job was on the line, or that they'd be socially outcasted, they'd tell you immediately. You can pick out these sorts of politics in how academics deal with each other, in which under certain contexts, academics can be incredibly honest when they think just the peers who know what's up is listening. The easiest example of this is the nature...
You mean academics like talk amongst themselves in their given field very differently from how they approach talking to someone who doesn't know dick from shit in like the wild? That's crazy. I never would have guessed that.
versus nurture debate. The blue pill era was entirely predicated upon the idea that nurture was the complete determinant value while nature is irrelevant. The thing is that when we actually studied this, we found that it was completely incorrect. Strangely enough, the vast majority of human traits tend to cluster around being half genetic, and we think intelligence might be even more genetic, between 2/3 to 80%. Other traits that are at least partially genetic are levels of
Oh, we're going into the eugenicism. Okay.
religiosity, charisma, what music you listen to, how fast you drive, and a variety of almost everything else.
Yeah, again, this is eugenicist. I wanted to go with like tripe, I think. I think that's the word I was going for.
At this point, even legitimate socialists like Sapolsky, Catherine Hardin, John Haidt, amongst all
Some books written by leftist academics about how genetics drives human differences. Haidt started out as left, but becomes center. Which is why, by the way, I need to read this book. I actually bought The Righteous Mind so that I could do a takedown of Jonathan Haidt. I just haven't had the time to get around to like finishing it. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I find him a sussy little baka.
others agree that human nature is heavily genetic. I have read multiple books written by socialists about trying to rationalize the new genetic evidence within a socialist framework. We've found this partly through twin studies, in which we look at genetically identical twins separated at birth. They often have chilling similarities, like marrying
If
men with the
intelligence is
same
genetic,
names,
how
having
did
the
Fred
same
Trump
kind
end
of
up with
dog.
his son being borderline non-functional?
Well, Fred Trump wasn't the smartest guy either. Socket Dinner, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. See you, Spots. Thank you for the $5
He forgets
dono.
that predators have low success rates generally and that both predator and prey animals thrive when living in a community.
True. Also, I Can't Video Game. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate that very, very much.
No clever message. I am tired.
Or going to vacation at the same places and a bunch of other stuff like that. At this point, genetics is completely irrefutable, and the evidence is getting stronger by the day. The genetic differences between men and women, between race.
Okay. So I haven't seen this map before, but I can tell you that I see at least one racial slur on here already off the bat. Cool. Another one of his very fun maps. Anyway, don't say this word. Don't say this one. Okay? I'm too white to say that word. If you are white or close to white like I am, like don't say that word. What the fuck is in the American Southeast? Africans. That's how he thinks this all works out. Cool. Yep.
Like, no, the studies that are referenced in the bell curve prove the opposite. The authors used secondary sources that lied about the results.
Okay, wait, I thought one of these books that he showed on screen was the bell curve. Okay, my bad.
All say that biological race and class has been irrefutably proven at this point, and again, every year we realize more of what we
again, biological class is not at all a thing.
Thought was cultural conditioning was really genetic. We have significant scientific evidence that men and women are neurologically different on a genetic basis. This is something all of the science agrees with. Well, it completely
I don't think that's true at all. I think there's been 1, maybe 2 studies on this.
contradicts our society's right to rule. The genetic data is a ticking time bomb, in my opinion, given it's become the new scientific consensus, and the old ruling class can only have so much time before this information percolates across the whole society. Twitter has become a huge vehicle in spreading this sort of illicit information.
Twitter, it's radicalizing us by teaching us that that eugenics is true. You're right. To clarify what he's beginning to sketch out here is that this idea that class is based on your genetics, right, is an idea that he's saying is just now spreading across society and will soon be picked up by the ruling elites. And then they will found kind of those bloodline based communities in order to pass along their class genes. You know, it's that again, it connects with one of that hop guy we looked at earlier, right? These kind of kin based communities. And what he's saying is that eventually the ruling elite of America are going to catch on that their progeny are also destined to be better than everyone in class as well as race, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they will need to be the rulers. And, you know, if everyone catches on, then the oppressed classes will rise up and kill them, you see. Like, that's literally where he's going with this, right? Explosion85, thank you for subscribing with Prime. And so, like, understand this is, I believe, why Elon Musk really liked this video. Because Elon Musk believes that, like, his progeny are, like, you know, God seed. That they are, like, essentially seeding the earth with, like, his super-powered genes. And that by doing so, he will save the planet with the amount of class he's spreading, you know? This idea is attractive to the richest, hollowest dipshits.
Our entire society is built in opposition to this, and thus it has...
Also, it couldn't possibly be that just generational wealth transfer in America in particular makes class mobility very difficult, if not impossible, for some people. And so, like, it must be something else. It must be the genetics.
Mass political ramifications. The other worry is that wokeness has given a large part of the population immense resentment over racial...
Oh, buddy. Buddy. No, buddy. Oh, why are you posting the cell phone? I often get mocked for spending a lot of time on Twitter, but I legit think that Twitter is the place where the new right will form intellectually in a manner comparable to how cafes formed during the
Rudyard
French...
has so blatantly the right side of this classic meme.
I need to finish reading this before I look at that meme, but I will do it, man, at the Yahoo. Thank you for the $5 dono. Comparable to how cafes formed the French and Russian revolutions, Twitter is now a place of raw creativity and openness. Spaces like that have to create something new. Call me chronically online, but that's where this is happening. Fuck, man. You have no idea how fucking cooked and owned you are by that statement. Jesus Christ. Truly, you are part of the Parisian resistance, going to your little coffee shop with your Twitter app on your smartphone, twirling your mustache as you sip a cold, hard energy drink, settling in for another hard day's labor of posting. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. All right, what is this? Use the right-hand side of this meme. You want to know more? Awesome. What do you want to educate me? What do you want me to educate you about first? Do you want to know about scientific arguments for racism? Wait, let me give my rape statistics. The SJWs have infiltrated the media and academia, so I'm the only educator you can trust. I will teach you everything. This is literally What If Alt Hist in picture form. It's true. Damn. That's a good, it's a good likeness too.
or sexual agendas. Thus, the info coming out that there are significant racial and sexual differences creates immense fodder for a new wave of sexism or racism. My biggest fear for modernity is what I call the closed loop, or
the Parisian resistance to the storming of the Bastille, the Russian resistance to the elimination of the Tsarist line. Lover is his favorite flavor, indeed. The closed loop. The closed loop is a philosophic concept I developed. You didn't develop the concept of a fucking closed loop, you Nimrod. Jesus. I developed that one can make an argument where you're right by definition, and any information that could disprove said thesis has a logical rebuttal inside the system's thought. This is a major flaw of modern thinking, with Marxism, Freud, the Nazis, and scientism all being guilty of this. This allows the rationalization of anything. This is modernity's biggest philosophic flaw. What are you talking about? Like, genuinely, I want you to elaborate on what this means in any given one of those concepts. Okay? You know what? Demonstrate how it's true in Marxism. I would love to hear that.
Making a logical argument in which you're right by definition. On top of this, confusing the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself, which is using a definition to argue that you're right by definition. It's not an uncommon sentiment on the dissident right today to make a I'm sorry. Maybe I'm having a stroke right now. Maybe I'm having a stroke right now. Maybe I'm having a fucking stroke right now. So we're at 1919, okay? We're at night. It's normally used. When I say pseudoscience, I don't mean this as the political attack it's normally used at, but rather from the actual scientific definition.
Anyway, go on.
Common sentiment on the dissident right today to make a racial caste system based off race and IQ. I don't trust this sort of thing, since every time in the past we've tried to form a technocratic society based off science, the science later turned out to be wrong or missing a very important piece of context.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the science is. It's almost like science is the scientific method, a way by which we can better understand the world, and not in fact an end-all be-all in and of itself. It is a method of arriving at a relatively consistent truth, not the end-all be-all itself. So maybe you shouldn't use that as like the basis for your society.
What would happen is that after society was structured in a certain way like that decades later, it would turn out the science was completely wrong in a very important way. I think.
Yeah. That's why you change your approach based on the new data.
I think a lot of this discourse is being done in a frankly very evil way, and that it's not taking into account humility or the fallibility of the human condition. When the left or a lot of the right debates, they're arguing out of this sense of humanity as a perfect creature who
I'm sorry, why are you showing a mass production line of sex robots? What the fuck?
We engineer towards utopia, but we've learned in the 20th century that this sort of line of thinking will inevitably result in totalitarianism, no matter how it's applied. And when I look at a lot of this discourse about race or sex, I'm thinking, you guys don't see how the next immediate conclusion of this idea is something completely evil. And it's a hard point to convey.
Oh no, he's not an incel, guys. We know from his mushroom trips that he's gotten laid before, okay? And that he's very good with the ladies. Allegedly.
Because modernity can't think in anything except pretty autistic, binary, logical ideas without...
Yeah, you don't really get the high ground there to call anyone else autistic, bud. Sorry.
the necessary flexibility or synthetic thinking which the real complex world demands. And we really need a tremendous amount of mental flexibility and disarmament in this kind of discourse.
You know what this is like? This is like if you got, one of the Star Trek, like, science gobbledygook writers and got them to sit down and you told them, okay, you're a fascist. Tell me how your fascist society works, but you can only use the meaningless science jargon that you've picked up from Star Trek. That's basically what we're getting here, right?
That we just don't have. And until we can move to that point,
intentions matter more than we think. If your real aim is power and control over others, then every word that comes out of your mouth will be warped by said intention. If you actually do want to help and learn, then you can tackle very difficult topics with humanity and flexibility. I believe the line is between dealing with people as people to empathize with versus inanimate objects to manipulate. Yeah.
All of this discourse will end in complete disaster. At this,
it's true. Most people have a left brain and a right brain. Rudyard doesn't have either. Instead, he has a Dunning brain and a Kruger brain. It's a wild feat of biological reality, but it happened.
At this point, to change topic, we have a tremendous amount of scientific study that men and women are markedly different. Men are less agreeable and neurotic than women. Men also systematize and women sympathize. Men care about things and women care about people. I want to use this as an example because saying men and women are the
Wait, I'm sorry, women care about people? Wait, I believe the line is between dealing with people as people to empathize with versus inanimate objects to manipulate. Huh. So are you a woman, Rudyard? You're definitely... Okay, all right, whatever.
Things and women care about people. I want to use this as an example because...
it wouldn't be the first time a fascist, turned into an egg.
Saying men and women are the same is the thing the pre-industrial world would probably boggle at the most because they would see it as completely insane. And the fact that the blue pill era was able to get people to stand behind this point is a pretty good example to figure out how they argue. With this discourse, there was basically no research to determine whether or not men and women were the same. Instead, they used the argument from definition. The argument from definition is how the blue pill era was able to
the argument for the gender relativism. 1, there are cultural stereotypes around gender. 2, that makes them a cultural construct. 3, cultural constructs are things we invented. 4, thus, since we invented it, we can change it at will. 5, thus, reality doesn't really exist. Okay, well, number 1, cultural constructs are a product of the culture. Literally, you can look at different points in history where it meant different things to be a man, sometimes contradictory things to be a man. One era would say men wear high heels. Another era would say men don't wear high heels. And it would be like the epitome of man. The most macho of men wear makeup. The most macho of men don't wear makeup. And these are cultural constructs. That's just a fact. That is a fact of existing within a society. Okay? Cultural constructs are things we invented. It's true. Collectively, we decided that's masculine, that's feminine. And then over time it changes. 60 years ago, it was masculine for women to wear pants.
Isn't sexual relativism just incest?
Yes. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I think he's adding on that last part of reality not really existing, though. I haven't ever heard any trans people argue that because gender is a construct, reality doesn't exist. I haven't, that's a new one to me.
Easily get the population to believe complete absurdities. In that, for race or sex as an example, the logical structure of this argument is that race or sex have social constructions built around.
Where does this actually reference human biology or studies of how genders operate? Literally, the anthropological books that you turn your nose up at would talk about how genders operate. You just didn't like the books and what they said, so you ignored them.
Thus, they are social constructs, and thus they aren't real. For example, there are social ideas about the sun.
Wait, no. Cultural, like social constructs are real. The same way money is real. But like money on its own is just a pile of paper. It doesn't have any significance on its own. It's just within our society that money has utility and power through said utility. And that utility is created by the fact that we all agree it's worth something, right? And similarly, like, that's a real system, but it's a social construct. The conservative idea that social constructs don't exist is the one that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's the leap that conservatives make that, again, other people don't.
Thus, the sun is a social construct, and thus we could get rid of the sun if we wanted.
No, it's not at all comparable to that. You're the one saying that, like, oh, well, social constructs aren't real. It's like, no, they're real. You can just change a social construct by changing society. You can do that. That happens naturally on its own all the time. Again, a good example is women in pants. 60, 70 years ago, socially unacceptable for women to wear pants. They started wearing pants. Now it's totally fine for women to wear pants. That is a part of the social construct changing, right?
This is exactly the intellectual structure they use. It's a really bizarre...
It's not.
Our logical game that doesn't actually make any sense, in that the underlying reality of the universe is that the world is real. If you don't do what the universe wants you to do, it then punishes you, which is why we all work jobs and do things we dislike every day.
What are you talking about? The universe doesn't punish you for not going to your job. The system of capitalism does. Like, if you don't go to your 9-to-5 job, you're going to get fired. That's not the universe punishing you. That's your employer punishing you for not contributing to the company profits.
Life is a struggle. I've taken a course in gender studies and literally studied this topic myself.
I took a course in gender studies. One course.
And this is literally what postmodernist philosophy publicly says. The problem is that
if that was your takeaway from the course, you failed that course.
This is just legitimately completely insane, and I think we all really know that. I think this is the philosophic equivalent of a shit test, or the left is pushing something completely ridiculous.
There's a story from ancient China that an emperor forced his retainers to say that a deer was a horse. He killed anyone who disagreed, so they all agreed. This is my read on a lot of the trans and other similar discourse. We all really know in the bottom of our souls that this is complete bullshit, but it's a power game to see if you can break the public's will to get them to believe in absurdity. Again, it's not at all the same. We change things like whether or not pants are considered masculine or feminine. Women wear pants all the time now. 70 years ago, it was considered a masculine thing. You could literally be arrested if you were a woman and you were wearing pants. Cities had laws requiring different gendered pieces of clothing. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic here, that was enforced by law in some places, under pain of imprisonment or fines. that enforcement was real. Despite that, the culture changed anyway. The social construct of what it means to be a woman expanded to include pants. Women can wear pants now. Wow. You know, it's this idea that like, but they all agreed. And, you know, they called a deer a horse, but it wasn't really a horse. We all know deep down that it's really a horse. And it's like, well, I don't know. That's like arguing we all know deep down that women wearing pants is wrong because the pants are masculine, really. But that's no one thinks that, you know? Because my example is actually demonstrative and his example is not.
That we all know is completely ridiculous, and they're doing it as a power game to see how much they can get the population to submit to a legitimate absurdity. The next mental trick the blue pill involves is that studying history is of no use.
Yeah, exactly. The Stonewall riot was originally because of gendered clothing laws. Exactly. It was part of the justification to clamp down on like homosexual behavior. You know, like it was an extension of going after men who sat on like park benches at night.
For the world today, in that we're so different from the past that nothing in the past is a useful precedent for us now. Again, this is something they never tested or even provided an argument for. I've never seen a valid argument for this, but it's completely taken over academia, in that there are basically no Western academics who have tried to use the patterns of history to study the world since the World War II era. In academia,
yeah, because maybe patterns of history isn't an actually useful concept to understand civilizations, because civilizations are pretty complicated, and oversimplifying like their rise and fall can lead you to overly simplistic answers that actually aren't helpful to understanding their circumstances.
Academia, it's literally against their policies to use books written before, let's say, 1990, since
it's not against school policy to use books written before 1990. I literally went to college, 12 years ago now, but like I read books that were like over a century old. Yeah, like that's just a lie.
They're outdated. This creates a system where insane new ideas can never be falsified. What I like to say is that if you're not using history to understand the world, you're just making stuff up. That's
yeah, some people might be making stuff up. It's true. It's very, very true. Some people might be making stuff up.
What happened where instead of a legitimate study,
I'm going to do ayahuasca in the woods so I can astral project myself and give what if all his soul a wet willy. Oh, Nosebleed, thank you for the $5 super chat. I enjoyed that a lot.
What the blue pill era did was project the
criminal justice and sociology major here. In my independent study, I would regularly cite sources over 80 years old. Yep.
Fantasies they wanted to believe onto the social sciences.
Oh man, I should really watch The Woman King, because genuinely conservatives got so fucking triggered by it.
He said it. No more Bible reading at school.
Yeah, no more Bible reading at school. The Bible, that's too old. You need to be reading what's a new book? All of the new books that come to mind are not appropriate for this example. God. You know what? Let's just break this up a little bit. Here, let's just take a look at the trailer for The Woman King, because I think it looks cool. This is what he's really mad about, by the way.
An evil is coming that threatens our kingdom, our freedom. But we have a weapon. They are not prepared for.
My king, the Europeans wish to conquer us. They will not stop until the whole of Africa is theirs. We must fight back for our people.
Aneska, you are asking me to take them to war.
Some things are worth fighting for.
Don't know.
You are called to join the King's Guard. No kingdom in all of Africa shares this privilege. Train hard, fight harder.
Wonder if he'd have the same complaints if it was Wu Zetian?
You know, probably, you know, maybe not. You know, this is going to sound terrible to say, but for this racist with Asians, it's a coin flip. You know, like he will either think it's the basest, it's the coolest thing ever, or like literal garbage, not even worth mentioning. You know, it's a coin flip. The racism can go either way for people like What If Alt Hist. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki.
We fear no one. And we fear no pain. I offer you a choice. Fight or we die.
Ready for war, where you
To be a warrior, you must kill your tears.
We are the spear of victory! We are the blade of freedom! We are the home! Don't know, take my power, my power, my power. Don't know, take my power, my power.
I just think that looks badass. I think that looks neat. Not a lot of movies being told from that perspective, you know? I don't know, looks woke. I mean, that's probably his issue with it, you know? Like that's why he's apropos of nothing throwing in a screenshot from the movie.
Thus, they believed that cultural or anthropological differences don't matter anymore, since that contradicted the leftist ideal of the whole world moving toward a unified communist state. It's
what? Leftists can't even agree on what communism is. What are you talking about?
remarkable to see that even studying anthropology has become socially taboo. If I want to read books on the cultural differences between the Chinese, Indian, and Western civilization, I need to read books at least 70 years old, since
anything published in the last 70 years couldn't possibly be right. Oh, God. I feel like this movie would have been Fire with the White Man as the lead instead. Oh, fuck. You guys are funny.
Nothing has been written on that topic since then. At the same time, there are no recent books on the anthropology of America.
Yeah, man. That's definitely a yup. You nailed that map, man. That's so true, King. You know, not enough people talk about the Northern Ireland Empire inside of the United States. You know, too many people talk about and no one's talking about the secret Irish infiltration of America. or the secret colony, the secret Scottish colony of America. Not to mention the inexplicable Nigeria portion. I just okay, seriously, if you're we've been, this is a very long video. Obviously, I know it's a very long video, but if you are conservative and you manage to make it this far into this video, I want you to take a good hard look at this map, and I want you to try and explain to me how this is not horse shit. I want you to explain to me how this is at all correct. At all. I would love to know. Oh, God. This man's stupid as fuck.
They basically had to rediscover the field of the entirety of American ethnic breakdown, since no authors had covered the topic recently,
And by finding out the field of the American ethnic breakdown, of course, we also need to find out the breakdown of the American skull shape.
The exceptions being conservatives like Thomas Sowell or David Hackett Fisher. This is important stuff. Whether or not Wisconsin is German or Missouri is Anglo determines how people live their lives.
Oh, sorry, of course, we have Thomas Sowell, of course.
Map men. Map men. Map men.
Map men to that that tune. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I had to do it to him.
Wisconsin is German or Missouri is Anglo determines how people live their lives today and their identities. The reason studying anthropology, which should be...
Oh man, I forgot about this map. Yeah, some good stuff here.
Completely innocuous is taboo, since it
at some point in the future he replaces Northeast and Utah with just Mormon.
Contradicts the left's faith-based argument for global unity. If the historic
again, I don't know what he's talking about when he's talking about the left's goal of global unity.
Precedent isn't useful, it opens up to the injection of leftist faith-based arguments, such as progress being innate or progress just natural.
Wait, if progress is fucking innate, man, then why would someone have to do an election on progress? Running on hope and like if leftists believe it's innate, then you wouldn't need to run an election on the idea of okay.
Leftist faith-based arguments, such as progress being innate or progress just naturally happens and doesn't require incentives to occur. This is an idea from Hegel or Marx that wasn't tested. Same thing with the
from Hegel or Marx. Do you not know where the idea you're saying exists comes from? Because I don't think it comes from either of those two guys, actually.
Studying of war as a natural part of the human condition, alongside equality being good for its own sake. In each case, by removing the historic reference, they were able to inject their religion as the dominant assumption. One of the more primal areas—
What religion?
Where the science doesn't lead to our current paradigm is that our current vision of the world is that society is based off the mechanistic, pure materialist worldview. In general, we exist in a strange zombie culture in which the society has a 100+ year lag from the science itself. The great irony is that modern physics sounds a lot like the traditional philosophy of magic. Quantum—
No, it fucking doesn't. Actually, you think Merlin's rolling up to the goddamn quantum physics convention? No.
Entanglement sounds a lot like the law of sympathy, or a magic principle from the Middle Ages that the
It's not at all.
Universe has these strings connecting different parts of the universe. Modern physics is insane, with space and time being the same, which can rip apart. With chaos theory, we've found that we can't predict the movement of particles, since it's almost as if the particles are making a decision in real time that we're not privy to.
Exactly, Mr. Malachite. It does sound like that if you're a moron and don't know anything about it. That is very true. You know? I'm so scared that we have to worry about this fucker even more now, thanks Elon. Exactly. You know? I love how he follows up calling leftism faith-based while diving into magic is real, man. Yeah, I love when he starts talking. Actually, let me put it this way. Unironically, I love when he starts talking about how, like, well, technically the ancient magicians were onto something with things like the law of sympathy. Because, it gets us a little bit closer to the very real possibility that this guy starts embracing alchemy as a concept and begins drinking like mercury, Like we're getting closer every day to the universe in which Rudyard decides to just fully embrace alchemy as a concept because it's quantum physics and drinks straight mercury.
Space and time aren't the same thing. There is one thing, it's called space-time. As someone who has derived the Schrödinger and Einstein field equations, OWW.
Yeah, there's an entire PBS show about this called Space Time, and I would highly recommend it. Often, it does go over my head, but it is very fascinating when I can understand it. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Some particles go back in time and others just jump in and...
Oh god, Jack is right. He's gonna start dosing on colloidal silver and slowly die. I mean, you know I'm right? Like he's gonna start like snorting some kind of like I don't know, mica-based powder or something. Like it's gonna be like daggers in his brain.
Out of existence. There's a significant amount of scientific evidence that consciousness affects reality. The last Nobel Prize in Physics says that reality is not locally real, or that the universe does not exist independently from perception.
I don't think he understands what that means. Like, I genuinely don't think he understands what that means.
This is stuff pretty similar to what the esoteric schools of world religions taught. Any honest physicist will admit.
I don't really understand physics, to be honest. Yeah, we got that, bud. Yeah, we picked up on that. Don't worry.
That we have basically no idea what's going on. Our society is philosophically still stuck with Marxist materialism, or the philosophy of 200 years ago that the universe is made up entirely of physical atoms. Ideas don't really matter, and the only thing that drives history is economics, which leads us to progress.
Wait, colloidal silver doesn't kill you? It does if you start regularly dosing on it to a harmful degree.
Again, this is another example of the left pushing what's a Marxist, faith-based argument that they never tested. Scientists today agree that consciousness is real and can affect the world. Thus, the world cannot be purely materialist by definition. This materialist vision of the world is...
That's... It's really, really stupid. You can't just say like, well, I don't actually understand physics at all, by the way, and then try and make arguments like this. That's not...
It doesn't kill you. You're blue da ba dee da ba die.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But that's the issue, right? Like, Curly Dorothy, you're very correct, right? That this guy, you know, but this guy, while consciousness is grounded in the material world, this guy rejects that idea and thinks that consciousness is akin to the soul, right? And so, like, this guy doesn't think that consciousness is a physical phenomena. He thinks it is a spiritual one, right? And that leads him to mashing that understanding together with his incomplete and absolutely batshit understanding of physics.
Is predicated upon a warped version of Newtonian physics, which has also been dethroned over a century ago. Our philosophic view of the human condition is dominated by Skinner's behaviorism and rational choice theory. This is an idea that humans don't have innate nature and that dopamine incentives craft everything. Rational choice theory is that humans are innately rational and thus choose whichever choice is better for them economically.
That's not true, like, demonstrably about humans.
Science has consistently shown recently is that humans are basically monkeys. Human behavior is a reflection.
We are great apes. That's true. We are in that scientific classification. That's
of primate behavior to our very core. How humans have politics, wage war, mate, make art, have friendships, and almost anything else can be found in our ape relatives. This gets to a really scary degree where human rituals like hugging or saluting or certain ways we mate or show political subservience can all be found in chimps, gorillas, or bonobos. Humans aren't the little robots that respond to stimuli that our society thinks, but huge, very complex beings who have subconsciouses who go very deep. The subconscious makes up something like 90% of our mental power. We've found in studies the two things that make people the happiest aren't wealth, but instead religion and community. The human mind, evolutionary.
Yeah, you know, it couldn't be that religion has a built-in community. It couldn't be that the second thing you said there was actually the most important one, which is that we are social creatures, and what makes us happy is being able to live in a harmonious community with one another. It has, you know, you have to have the religion there, otherwise you couldn't possibly have that second thing, apparently.
Massively wires us towards love being a huge priority.
How can we return to monk when we're already monk?
Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Well, you got to put your monk in your monk, obviously.
Love is a physiological need for humans and all other mammals. Without it, our brains and body.
I want to be one of those winter hot spring monkeys. I want to be one of those winter hot spring monkeys that, like, learns how to use a samurai sword, like in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice.
Literally start to wither away. This is in direct opposition to how modernity is structured to prioritize material against the spiritual or social. Humans are motivated enormously by sex, more so than money. Expecting humans to be rational about sex is like expecting a dog to be rational about steak. This
is taking a turn. Anytime he starts talking about sex, I get really nervous for where this is going to go. Also, just so you know, if you train a dog to know that it shouldn't eat a steak off the table,
oh no,
it won't.
Macaques out.
You know? Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Jesus Christ.
This is another thing modernity gets wrong. You'll never see a history book talk about sexual, physical, psychological, or emotional needs, but we know that those drive human nature to its most profound core. Humans are controlled by vast subconscious forces that account for 90% of the population.
Yeah, but also they're subconscious. That's why you usually don't find history books talking about those things unless it's based on inferences you can make from the sources available to you at that time, right? Like, in a lot of cases, you just don't have enough data to try and make any definitive statement about those things because they're internal, right?
For 90% of people, they rationalize whatever their emotional state is. Only around 10% of the population makes rational decisions.
Citation needed.
Humans are self-interested, but we're rarely rational. From studies, people make a decision first for subconscious reasons, and then their conscious mind is a tool to rationalize the choice to make them look good to others. The book, The Elephant in the Brain, talks about this, and it's one of the best anthropology books I've read. All of this completely flies in the face of the idea which underlies our society, that human nature is naturally good or perfectible. The science...
Again, human nature is to live in community, that we are social creatures. The social element of our existence is demonstrable throughout all of our history, and it is what allows us, in turn, to build civilization. If we were not social creatures, we would not build civilization. We would not build complex communities.
Science finds humanity is very, very flawed. An example of this, and one of the most absurd lies of the Blue Pill era, is that tribal peoples are peaceful. This is especially...
No one thinks that? Literally no one thinks that. Hello, Audie Plays. So, like, I just to clarify, no, like, I don't know anyone... And maybe this is because I studied military, like medieval military history in college, okay? But genuinely nobody thought that, like, oh, people in the far past were peaceful, man. Like, that actually, wait a minute. It makes a lot more sense that he would think that, given that he only reads history books that are like 70 years old, right? Because if you're reading books that are 70 years old, you're not really getting the pushback against noble savage stereotypes, right? You're just getting those stereotypes regurgitated at you. So if he's only reading older books, he's not encountering the criticism of that idea, which is a newer phenomenon. God, I hate this guy.
Ridiculous to me, in that all the European and other peoples with
the plot of this video is the greatest lie ever told, and we still haven't gotten to what the greatest one is yet.
Records who arrived at any given tribal area said that the peoples there waged war. However, the left had an active conspiracy to hide that tribal peoples are violent, hierarchical, misogynistic, and other things.
No, actually, that would no, actually, at all. They're human beings. They could be just as flawed as anyone else.
Fascinating how the black caveman made sure you could see his 8-pack by not wearing anything like the other cavemen.
Oh, Sakit Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. When are you going to interview him? Do you think this man would be capable of having a conversation about anything? Do you think this man would be capable of actually withstanding any amount of, like, questioning of his ideas in a way that is, like, actually coherent? Absolutely not. This man's incapable of having an actual conversation with someone.
The degree of lying that went on here is extraordinary. The left claimed for decades that the Yanomami peoples of the Amazon were peaceful. In reality,
I'm sorry, what the fuck is this?
Claimed for decades that the Yanomami peoples of the Amazon were peaceful. In reality, 40% of the male population dies every generation in war, making the Yanomami one of the most violent peoples ever known in human history. Similar lies took place over of the most violent peoples ever known in human history.
Why is this guy here? I want to know the circumstances of this photograph. Did this guy go and, like, fight them?
History. Similar lies took place over a variety of peoples, and in most cases, in tribal groups between 40 to 20%.
I'm sorry you keep coming in while we're covering this guy. I'll try and stop.
Of young men die each generation in warfare. Humans, like all animals, are stuck in a brutal Darwinistic competition for survival, and
Yeah, that's true.
Which violence is the norm, not the exception.
Except that there's a big difference between, like, war waged between one tribe and another, and war waged by an industrialized superpower and another country.
One of the best anthropology books I've ever read is Lawrence Keeley's book, War Before Civilization, which covers this. It's such a good book, given it goes through the evidence of tribal warfare from both current anthropology and archaeology. In so many places, the left got caught with a completely ridiculous lie. For example, saying the Mayans were peaceful, while the reality, when we started looking at
I don't think anyone ever said that. The Mayan Empire, like, the Mayans had an empire. They're like, if it's an empire, then it's definitionally not.
Maya art is it's mostly about war, sacrifice, and genocide. They said Native Americans were peaceful before European contact, and then
no one has said that. They just weren't genociding each other, generally speaking. They just didn't wipe out 90% of all the other people on the continent.
We find archaeology of mass Native American genocides and mass graves of hundreds of dead people. They said that the Native Americans were peaceful before European contact, and then we find records in archaeology.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between, like, 100 dead here and there in isolated incidents across vast swaths of time and the sudden eradication of like 90+% of all human civilization on the continent as a result of like the colonization. Like, I think there's a big difference there, right? I think we could all agree that there's probably a big difference there.
Of mass Native American genocides, burning cities, and mass graves of hundreds of dead soldiers. When I was in elementary school around age 10, my school textbook said that the Iroquois were peaceful. The insanity of that is that the Iroquois a 1,000-mile stretch of the American Midwest from Buffalo to St. Louis in order to take the beaver pelts of that area. That's legitimately insane. At this point, I've seen
Yeah, that's the insane part, not the mass genocide of of almost all the indigenous people on the continent by the colonizers.
Seen the left lie so massively on a variety of topics that I have literally no faith
When all your
in
knowledge
any
of indigenous people comes from the Savages song from Pocahontas.
the other
Genuinely, it is just there's did you know that indigenous people could be bad sometimes? Did you know that sometimes indigenous people did things that were not good? And it's like, yeah, we did, actually. We understand them as human beings. You know, like, I just I don't know. What's weird is that, like, there's a lot of stuff going around here, right? Where, like, one of the things he talked about there, right, is the Iroquois. Now, another way of talking about the Iroquois is that the Iroquois Confederacy or Confederation, because it was actually the name of a group of different nations. It was actually 5 and then eventually grew to 6. And so understand that, like, when he's talking about this, there's a lot going on there beyond, oh, well, they just genocided people for beaver pelts. No, not really. Not really. a lot of it is driven by like the colonization of the area, the driving out of these different peoples, and like pushing them out of different areas, right? However, like the actual founding of the Confederacy is hotly debated. Some people say it's like, oh, it happened in like the 1660, and other people are like, well, actually, it happened, 500 years earlier. So like, who knows? Yeah. It just is one of those things where like his recollection of events is not exactly correct.
Things they say. An example of this is when they found the genetics of the first inhabitants of Britain, the scientists said they were black. The reality is that they had copper skin like most modern Mediterraneans, but they changed this to be black to mess with racists. 23andMe openly admitted to adding fake black ancestry to the results of white supremacist figures to mess with them. The left
I'm just gonna look up something real quick. Do. Is this it? Let's see. I'm trying to find this particular website because that sounds fake. Oh, that's so interesting. Because I looked for this website and I can't find it. And wouldn't you know it? And I didn't pre-watch, so I literally just found it Googling in 5 seconds. Did DNA testing companies admit to altering tests to screw with racists? Mostly false. An anonymous purported employee of an unnamed DNA testing company claimed that on 2 occasions less than 1% African ancestry was added to testing results, typically when their findings totaled under 100%. What's false? DNA testing companies made no such admission. The claim was sourced from one anonymous worker and published on a humor site. Even the worker indicated purported meddling was unusual. That's so interesting. Published on Chicks on the Right? The specific claim originated on the website Squawker. Here, let's take a look at Squawker. Man, he had to go back to literal Wayback Machine to get this article because you can't actually access it anymore. In a recent interview with Cracked, a comedy website.
There must be a reason it says have genetics that trace back to Africa, evolution? Nah, must be aliens and lies.
Yeah, so it's interesting that he's showing this article and not, in fact, Cracked. Cool. Good stuff. Thanks, bud.
Left feels literally no remorse for lying and has been caught on records doing it dozens of times.
Yeah, that's why I'm citing this interview from a comedy magazine.
Need I remind you, back in the 1940s, the left tried to suppress any information about the atrocities coming out of Stalin or Mao's countries. And
literally in the 1940s, we were already in the Cold War.
And leftist anthropology believed that we all migrated out of Africa 50,000 years ago, and then there was no prehistoric migrations or major wars. And that's just legitimately ridiculous to think.
What are you talking about? Yeah. Yep, no wars. Yep, no one thinks this.
That for all of human history before the rise of the Europeans, everyone stood in their little place and no one fought each other or moved around. And once
that's literally not what the mass migration out of Africa was. What are you talking? Yeah, it all went fine. We just packed up our things and moved around the planet. No, hunky dory. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Once genetics results came out over the 21st century, we realized that that's completely ridiculous, where genocide and war is the norm, where, for example, Ice Age Europe was genocided 7 times over. Another really jarring...
By whom? What are you talking about? Provide any citations for what you are saying.
Example of this is that the most popular anthropology book of the 20th century, that being Margaret Mead's Coming of Age in Samoa. Margaret has later turned out to be a CIA asset, a theme which we'll tease out later, but she wrote about Samoa being a sexually liberated paradise. Samoans would sleep around without jealousy. The reality, and something that we knew for over a century up to that point, is that Samoa was the opposite, a society obsessed with sexual purity. A woman's would be publicly checked on her wedding night to attest to her virginity. Adulterers would be publicly clubbed to death. Margaret Mead was basically openly lying, something she probably knew and didn't care. For the final 2 examples of horror...
You know, I think this guy might have a problem with women.
Crack pipe intensifying.
And no kidding, I've forgotten to take a hit. It's, oh, God. It does take off the sting. I promise. It does help. Real quick here. Let's just take a look here. She knew she was probably lying and didn't care. Okay, like, I mean, that would obviously be a pretty huge controversy, right? Let's take a look. Okay, after her death, Mead's Samoan research was criticized by the anthropologist Derek Freeman, who published a book arguing against many of Mead's conclusions in Coming of Age in Samoa. Freeman argued that Mead had misunderstood Samoan culture when she argued that Samoan culture did not place many restrictions on youth's sexual explorations. Freeman argued instead that Samoan culture prized female chastity and virginity, and that Mead had been misled by her female Samoan informants. Freeman found that the Samoan Islanders, whom Mead had depicted in such utopian terms, were intensely competitive and had murder and rape rates higher than those in the United States. Furthermore, the men were intensely sexually jealous, which contrasted sharply with Mead's depiction of free love among the Samoans. Freeman's book was controversial in its turn and was met with considerable backlash and harsh criticism from the anthropology community, but it was received enthusiastically by communities of scientists who believed that sexual mores were more or less universal across cultures. Later in 1983, a special session of Mead supporters in the American Anthropological Association, to which Freeman was not invited, declared it to be poorly written, unscientific, irresponsible, and misleading. Some anthropologists who studied Samoan culture argued in favor of Freeman's findings and contradicted those of Mead, but others argued that Freeman's work did not invalidate Mead's work because Samoan culture had been changed by the integration of Christianity in the decades between Mead's and Freeman's fieldwork periods. Eleanor Leacock traveled to Samoa in 1985 and undertook research among the youth living in urban areas. The research results indicated that the assertions of Derek Freeman were seriously flawed. Leacock pointed out that Mead's famous Samoan fieldwork was undertaken on an outer island that had not been colonized. Freeman, meanwhile, had undertaken fieldwork in an urban slum plagued by drug abuse, structural unemployment, and gang violence. Huh, that's so weird that, you know, maybe he should have looked into that like a little bit more, you know? It's kind of weird that that's kind of weird, right? Like leaving that important context out. Let's see. In 1996, the author Martin Orens examined Mead's notes preserved at the Library of Congress and credits her for leaving all of her recorded data available to the general public. Orens points out that Freeman's basic criticisms that Mead was duped by ceremonial virgin Fa'apua Fa'amu, who later swore to Freeman that she had played a joke on Mead, were equivocal for several reasons. Mead was well aware of the forms and frequency of Samoan joking. She provided a careful account of the sexual restrictions on ceremonial virgins that corresponds with Fa'amua's count to Freeman, and Mead's notes make clear that she had reached her conclusions about Samoan sexuality before meeting Fa'apua Fa'amu. And Orens points out that Mead's data supports several different conclusions, and that Mead's conclusions hinge on an interpretive rather than a positivist approach to culture. God. Orens went on to point out concerning Mead's work elsewhere that her own notes do not support her published conclusive claims. Evaluating Mead's work in Samoa from a positive stance, Orens' assessment of the controversy was that Mead did not formulate her research agenda in scientific terms, and that her work may properly be damned with the harshest scientific criticism of all, that it is not even wrong. Damn. Okay. On the whole, anthropologists have rejected the notion that Mead's conclusion rested on the validity of a single interview with a single person, and find instead that Mead based her conclusions on the sum of her observations and interviews during her time in Samoa, and that the status of the single interview did not falsify her work. Others, such as Orens, maintained that even though Freeman's critique was invalid, Mead's study was not sufficiently scientifically rigorous to support the conclusions she drew. Which, like, that seems like a fair conclusion there, right? And I guess this Freeman guy got so butthurt that he wrote a second book about this entire issue. Cool stuff.
Horrible lies which personally affected me as a child. The first is that when I went to school, they taught us in class that the healthiest food to eat was carbohydrates, and that lean meat was the least healthy. They also said that fat was the main cause for obesity, while sugar was fine. It later turned out that the sugar and wheat industries were in bed with the US government and academia. They had paid for the results they wanted, and then the government education...
Well, I don't know that they're in bed with academia when they bought scientific studies, which you can do when you find particularly unscrupulous scientists.
Pushed out those results onto the public. What later turned out to be
Good
true
night,
is
Crochet Whimsy.
the exact opposite. Lean meats are one of the healthiest foods someone can consume. Fat is fattening, but it does actually fill someone up, while sugar is the opposite.
Also, I don't know that you should take nutritional advice from this guy. Number one. And number two, everything in moderation.
Opposite, keeping you hungry. What all of this covered up was the rise of seed oils and...
How old is he again? He's like 22 years old, guys. The rise of seed oils. The seeds will get you.
High fructose corn syrup. Due to getting the wrong advice, obesity skyrocketed vastly.
Genuinely, I don't think there's... I don't know that there's any conclusive evidence about seed oils being bad for you. The rise of high fructose corn syrup, though, is probably bad. If you have a lot of that, that's probably bad for you. The same, it's bad for you to have a lot of sugar.
Faster in America vis-a-vis other Western countries where this didn't happen. Again, the elites massively lied. I grew up in the Rust Belt.
I mean, I think that there's an argument to be made that, like, the way our bread is treated in America is like a huge contributor to like obesity rates. But that's that and like, you know, high fructose corn syrup and everything. Those two things I think are basically account for America's, you know, situation.
It was an area that used to be the wealthiest place in the world, and then
scientific evidence of the rise of big seed oil.
I've got so many, you know, get so many stories coming at us. It's like drinking from a fire hose. But there are a cadre of people out there who are going to hold Trump to account for hiring a seed oil lobbyist.
Yeah, split him.
So good stuff.
I mean, it's crazy, these sorts of things. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary guy, literally worked for Soros a couple of times as a hedge fund guy.
Right.
And Trump's just like,
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came.
And
now, come on, this is gross. This is all about Trump's like cookie party when they're in that weird circle jerk thing. I don't want to hear about that.
Jeff Bezos came. Bill
Jeez.
Everybody's coming. Gates came. Mark Zuckerberg came. Elon came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Numerous times.
And of course, Stephen Miller ate the cookie. Little Stephen ate the cookie. He's the one who gets the cookie. Yeah, we gave him the cookie. We gave him the cookie.
Great setup.
We give him the cookie. We gave him the cookie. He wanted it.
Who's all come here, Mr. Trump?
He's wanted it. He wanted the cookie, so
I can't even look at you right now.
Can I just say I love Sam and I love Emma. I think Emma's like a sleeper. You know, like Emma like will like make you think like, oh, you know, like, you know, she's like very innocent, and then like sometimes she has like the dirtiest joke of the whole lot of them. Like it blindsides me every time, you know?
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
Talk about seed oil.
See,
See what I mean? See what I mean? Hey!
Oh, come on now, me.
There you go. Steven didn't like that joke. He'll still eat the cookie, though.
Oh God, that was really good. Thank you for sharing that, Uncle Gumbald. Love the Majority Report, peeps. God, we still have 13 minutes of this, and I need to pee so badly. You know what? I'm gonna put a little marker here, so that we can like, you know, cut out the dead air. All right, I will be right back. I just need to pee so badly. I've had so much water.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest coal. Harvest coal. about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought I was on the playlist. I'm so sorry. I left you in silence. I left my poor babies in silence. My vulnerable little chatters. I'm so sorry. How dare you? I know, I'm a derelict streamer. I left for a pack of smokes and I never came back until just now after I peed. It's Dugadoo time? Okay. I'm a Dugadoo it to you.
Don't forget.
What a cute video. It's an excerpt from Doctor Who. They they took it and they elongated it. Link, here you go. It will be in your head forever now, and I apologize. Your last firing neuron will Dugga your do. And it will whisper in your ear, "You're Dugga done." Hope you've won my grandson over. I'm really glad. They had a 24/7 feed of it a couple days ago. Jesus Christ. I prefer Trombone Champ. That's because you're a chatter of taste. Not gonna lie, this is pretty mesmerizing, right? Now more than ever, this song's message is so important. Man, that really does feel that way, you know? You dug out your last do. Can I be your poor sweet drunk baby tonight? You already are, Quigley. You already are. Now, folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And hit that follow button while you're at it. Do the things. Click the buttons. With that, let's continue on, shall we? We are so close to the end of this. If we can just put up with a little bit more bullshit, we might be able to find out what the greatest lie ever told is. We're 35 minutes and 10 seconds into this video, and we haven't found it yet.
As factories moved to Mexico or China, the region went into rapid decline. Philadelphia has a lower population today than it did in 1950. This was something that was completely obvious to me growing up, since I saw the decay everywhere. The elites said that the free trade was good by definition, and
yeah, because it made the elites wealthier. It made the elites wealthier. They just had to move some factories overseas. They don't give a fuck about you because capitalism doesn't give a fuck about you. It gives a fuck about the profit margins.
and would cause progress for everyone. This was an economic position held with religious certainty, where it was a definition from
It's just that was just Reaganomics repackaged, man.
definition. You weren't allowed to question it. However, when the Rust Belt crashed and the quality of life for the average American collapsed precipitously from 1970 onwards.
Yeah, I wonder what happened in 1970. Could it have been Ronald Reagan?
This is what the elite did. Firstly, they said that it wasn't happening. Then they said they would fix it, which they didn't. Then they said you were a bad person for noticing, and you should be grateful that you helped progress happen. I have a friend who invented a term I love called pinkerism, or since there are more toilets in Africa, thus progress has happened, and thus the complete collapse of American society is fine. The elites completely—
What are you talking about? That logic did not follow.
Lied about the decline in quality of life for the average American until Trump and COVID forced their hand. Bringing up any of these questions—
Also, just real quick, I wanna point something out here. If you will direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see this made by Nas Scent Bowl Gang. Huh, that's a weird name. Wonder what that is. Nas Scent Bowl. Well, that's interesting. It seems to stand for National Centrist Bolshevism, a synthesis of neoliberalism and National Bolshevism. Also known as a Nazbol. They're Nazis. This is a Nazi meme.
At the time would make you socially shamed and outcasted from society. I have still run into lots of very educated people who think that quality of life hasn't declined since the 60s. Then they said anyone who noticed was a bad person. For a very recent example of all of this, let's see how the Biden administration just added nearly 1 million jobs to the employment stats that never existed. That's a large enough numeric discrepancy that it has to be an outright lie, not a mistake. They had been campaigning off fake stats for the whole Biden presidency and then felt no shame when they were called out. Furthermore, this is just what we know about. What else have they been lying about? Something else I've thought up myself is how the rise in digital information about human nature will probably revolutionize the world. As of now, the internet and these cell phones create an unfiltered look at human nature that's not comparable.
Things your phone knows when you're dreaming based off your breathing patterns.
To anything before in human history. As the amazing book Everyone Lies talks about, people will share things they won't even tell their closest friends with Google search.
Yeah, of course they do. Like, I don't know, if you Google, how do I get this cucumber out of my ass? And then you manage to get the cucumber out of your ass. It's not really a story you want to tell someone. Yeah.
Internet sees what poor people watch, how they react emotionally to things, what motivates or interests them. If they want to be even more predatory, these tech—
I don't want it to get out of my ass. I want it to flourish. Is this where Nazgul comes from? No, Nazgul comes from Tolkien. Nazbol is National Bolshevik. It's fascist. They're just Nazis. Nazis by a different name. They're the Nazis who are like, we're gonna do socialism right this time, and they're just Nazis.
Companies or the government could listen in on our conversations, hear the speed of your breathing as you sleep, or watch any moment of your life completely legally. I think this information will shed a new light on human nature in a way that's historically unprecedented. It will paint an unflattering light, but a real one. I think the ramifications—
I'm both tickled and disturbed by the fact that so many of you want cucumbers in your asses.
on philosophy, the social sciences, and human nature will be the equivalent to the axial age, or how Buddha, Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Socrates all lived at the same time. The axial age created a quantum shift in understanding of human nature and human society.
I don't think you understand what a quantum shift means. I don't think you're allowed to use the word quantum.
Which I think will happen soon. Part 3, How the Lie Happened. The question I posited at the beginning of the video still bugs me. How come a society with the most information ever, with lots of people with very high IQs and freedom of speech, was able to push the most ridiculous lie ever told for nearly a person's entire lifetime? I want to remind all of us about this. Most of us were complicit in this lie in one way or another. I know I was. I believed most of these silly things as a child, as did everyone I knew. Once you realize—
Back when I was a child. 3 years ago.
We all accepted these lies, it forces you to look at the post-World War II era very differently. The short answer is I think the liberal West had more in common with Stalinist or Soviet Russia than we want to give justice.
Yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate on that point quite a bit there, bud, because I'm not seeing it.
Which was actually a European reactionary talking point. As Babyyyy likes to say, in the 19th
Yeah,
century—
what was that actually a European ultra-conservative talking point? That's crazy. I never would have guessed that from the guy posting Nazbol memes.
Faith in God was the unifying force in society. In the 20th, the state was, and in the 21st, it will likely be networks attached to the internet. We only—
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, do you guys remember, like, maybe a year or so ago, and I forced you all to do a deep dive with me on a man named Babyyyy Srinivasan? You know, the guy who wrote about how basically if you're a tech billionaire, you can basically just seize a city or a small state of land and rule over it as a god king, as long as you have the police on your side and use drones and surveillance to, control everything going on there, right? Well, interesting fact about Babyyyy Srinivasan here is that he wrote a book called The Network State, and that's exactly where Rutgerd is getting his ideas here. You can see even, this is the cover of the book. It has a section titled God State Network. This is the techno-feudalism, techno-fascism idea. Again, this guy's a fascist.
century, faith in God was the unifying force in society. In the 20th, the state was, and in the 21st, it will likely be networks attached to the internet. We only realize this.
And by the way, I do encourage, if you guys want to know more, I do encourage you to go, I know on my YouTube channel, they're there somewhere, going over Babyyyy Srinivasan's various podcast appearances, because he talks about this at length, and he's just a fascist, you know? He's just talking about, like, as an independent businessman, seizing control over the police and then using the police to crush your opposition and end democracy.
In retrospect, but the 20th century involved giving unelected bureaucratic authorities ludicrous amounts of power, which was—
Oh, yes. Adi plays. He is very stupid, but he tries to sound smart. And unfortunately, if you just try to sound smart with confidence, that will take you all the way to the top in conservative circles.
almost always abused in absurd ways, which we only later realized through the networks the internet gave us. This is something that the historical authors I love to read from the World War era, like Amaury de Riencourt, C.S. Lewis, James Burnham, George Orwell, Carol Quigley, Spengler, and William McNeill all agree on. That the West over the world wars gave the bureaucracy enormous power without check, and they all agreed that it was the greatest danger to Western civilization of anything. What James Burnham and Sam Francis especially predicted is that the bureaucracy would start to warp and break society in their self-interest in ways that people at the time wouldn't be able to realize the true extent of. What both of those authors did very well was they showed how a society's religion, ideology, and how it processed the world is all a reflection of its elite self-interest. I'll explain it in this way. In the 20th century, the only way to coordinate was through the bureaucracy. The television, newspapers, and universities created an illusion of free information, but the reality is that these were all controlled by small cabals of certain types of people. Probably less than 100 people in 1985 controlled the flow of the vast majority of information in the Western world.
You know, very interesting choice of words there with small cabals. What an interesting choice of words there.
This was an era in which that type of person was assorted by the college system and were overwhelmingly left of center. People would joke about how conservatives would talk about the liberal elite destroying society, but even the most radical conservatives probably didn't understand how crazy what was actually going on was. We only realized how powerful this was in retrospect, and that the internet does the opposite. Let's look at the story about Venezuelan gangs taking over a town in Colorado.
Oh, please do. I actually know a lot about this. Let's go. I've done like 4 videos about this.
Or the Haitians supposedly eating cats in Ohio. In a pre-internet world,
I have no idea whether the story of Haitians eating cats is true. I have a policy of not believing most things which have occurred in the last few years. However, the theme of this video is that the elite could be massively lying about this, and it is. Who checks the fact checkers? So the elite are lying about Haitians eating cats, but you have no idea if it's true or not. That's a weird juxtaposition of certainty and uncertainty about this particular incident. You're either certain or you're not, man.
If the media chose not to cover those stories, people would just never know about them. One of the interesting things I find anthropologically is that people's concepts of places like Africa are colored by what vloggers say about those countries now. This creates a rawer sense of those places, while we've found the mainstream media in previous decades when they went to third world countries were very heavily sanitizing what they chose to show the public. An important point here is that for most of history, the society was racist and sexist and hierarchical and that stuff because that was a reflection of the people in those societies.
Yes. Because those ideas are socially constructed.
While in the post-World War II era, the elites actively pushed against those things, which is why the society was less of any of those negative traits.
In the 1950s, it wasn't less of any of those traits. They wasn't being pushed by the elites. People on the ground actively fought a grueling campaign of decades in order to find and arrive at a point of equality. Like, the civil rights didn't just happen because the elites felt like it was a good idea. It took the coordination and fighting of like millions of people together in order to win them.
Because it wasn't really about the people in the society. It was about a small ruling class projecting their social...
A small ruling class. I wonder what all these people have in common in What If Alt Hist size.
Ideas onto the rest. This is why a suicidal cult that believes reality doesn't exist was able to take over the West.
Again, there's no one that like people are like I'm on the left. I'm very far left. We still believe reality exists.
The vast majority of people in the West disagreed
Hammock.
with those sentiments. We can see this in
Oh, it's
Western
just-
Europe, in which
What is the necklace made out of? I don't know, like some kind of bronze costume jewelry. It's not fancy.
well polled, consistently 3/4 of Europeans have wanted no immigration, but since the Uniparty supports it, it continues to happen. Sam Huntington did a study of the social values of the average American.
Or, and I'm just throwing this out there, maybe there's not a uniparty, but instead there is a confluence of incentives that capitalism creates in order to maintain a flow of a workforce into the country that's willing to do jobs for low wages. You know, maybe capitalism incentivizes that.
American in the 1990s. He found that if America was a real democracy into the 20th century, reflecting the public's desires, it would basically be a theocracy in which homosexuality would be illegal, Christianity taught in schools, and the state enforced Christianity, since that's what most Christians supported into the 1990s, but a small agnostic elite meant that the cultural current went in the opposite direction. We've consistently found a lot of these were pushed by the CIA. Modern art, modern feminism,
Oh man, I love the idea that the gay rights movement was pushed by the CIA. Hell yeah. Who knew? The woke CIA.
Mead and other things were funded by the CIA. This is stuff the CIA openly, publicly has announced as well. When we look at what the CIA was funding, they were consistently pushing blank slatist ideas. This was since for the government and people in power, the blank slate makes them more powerful, since the engineering of human nature to perfection offers a perfect carte blanche in order to keep
What are you talking? The organizing of human beings. What are you talking about? Your perception of perfection here is not the same thing as reality.
Expanding the power of the state forever. On top of this, it removes the obvious fear that concentrating power in the hands of the government like this naturally leads to tyranny because human nature is perfectible and progressing. To see the other side of this exact equation, the CIA sat on their discoveries of the spirit world for decades. I know what I said is absolutely insane, but watch my
I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna watch that. You guys can't make me, and I'm not gonna do it.
My video on the topic. This always shocked me, given if I discovered a huge spiritual dimension scientifically.
He's not wrong, it is insane. That's true.
I would want to share it with the public to create an enormous positive social spiritual revolution. However, even when the CIA did release Project Gateway 50 years after it was done, they removed the page on its implication for world religions, which the guy who ran the experiments had to release without their consent. That's since a world with religion and God is one where people need the state and the authorities less. When all's said and done, for something like this, we can partly believe that the authorities pushed this, while at the same time, this is a game that both sides played into. The public happily ate up all of these absurdities. That's since the public desperately wanted it to be true. It's no surprise that knowing human nature for what it is, that if a society had infinite wealth, it would then allow itself to become infinitely stupid. We wanted to believe that everyone is equal, that we were all blank slates, that the scary demons of the past didn't reflect anything today, that women were the same as men, that all nations were the same, and half a dozen other silly things. I like to stop here and give the West a legitimate amount of credit that when it became an incredibly wealthy society, rather than most empires which spend that on luxuries and sex slaves and gladiatorial games and that stuff, the West used its enormous wealth to try to help people and make the world a better place and push for people's collective good. It horribly backfired and became a suicidal nihilistic death cult, but I do want to give the West credit. If you study the Old Testament, you find the consistent pattern that in hard times, men look to God. Then life gets better due to that, and then men leave God. Then the world goes to hell, and the cycle restarts. This is...
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Guys, I had to look up somebody summarizing the what Rudyard's video is about, and essentially, guys, it's about a Project Gateway that the CIA did and then shut down because it was a failure, because they were trying to learn how to like do astral projection and shit to like get information, and then it turned out you couldn't actually astrally project yourself in order to do spy work. And you know, like a bunch of people in the programs that claimed to have the ability to predict the future. One said that the world was going to end in the 90s. It's just not really a thing. They didn't discover the spirit world. The premise of Stranger Things, probably.
Just who we are as a species, and thinkers as far back as Herodotus, Ibn Khaldun, or Plato talk about this eternal pattern. We became such a wealthy society that we simply lost the desire to understand reality. We grew fat while the elite fed us the most ridiculous lies. It's funny, the world's a lot less real when there's not the threat of extinction at your throat. If I'm going to be perfectly blunt, the reason I went down this rabbit hole is I realized we were screwed if we didn't. I'm a young guy stuck in a society in collapse. Thus, I'm stuck here for a long time and have an incentive to figure stuff out. I can understand why an older person would just say, let me die in peace. My motivation to figure this out comes from self-interest, and our current elite doesn't have the self-interest to change since they're in power. Let's not pretend that if the world wasn't going to hell, we wouldn't all be stuck in Plato's rave. We are all complicit, at least somewhat, in the greatest lie ever told. I like the metaphor for Plato's cave, not rave, in that Plato was trying to convey how most people are stuck in the outward trappings of things while being completely incapable of seeing the underlying forms of reality. I think that's a generally accurate summation of human nature over history, in which the general population has myths which act as rough approximations of their worldview, which can't convey the complexity of an underlying reality. However,
I feel really bad for this guy. I mean, sometimes I do and sometimes I don't, but like right now I just feel sad. Imagine going through all of this work, all of this effort, and like you're so easily pleased with yourself. Like why you're absolutely coked out on your own supply, you know?
However, I prefer a
sad.
slight variation to this. Let's look at The Matrix. The Matrix was more real than its authors intended, or I think even understood, given the writers were leftists and later trans. The Matrix is...
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't understand the premise of their work, but yeah, I'm sure it's them who didn't understand, and definitely not you.
Real, and that the 20th century was a false reality, which the authorities enforced on the populace. The populace went along with it since it was so comforting compared to the reality. Anyone who questioned said false reality, which the authorities enforced on the population, would be outcasted from the system.
Yeah, this is Klaus Schwab, I believe, right? Yeah, there he is. His name's on the thing. What power do you think Klaus Schwab has to outcast you from the system? Like, genuinely, I can go on the internet and say Klaus Schwab is a gigantic piece of shit with the curly Q-shaped dick. You know, I can literally say whatever I want. You know, and I'm not going to be outcasted from the system. Like, that's not a thing that's going to happen to me. So, like, what? I mean, I feel like this is also partly like an anti-Semitic dog whistle, because of course Rudyard would believe that, you know?
Either socially or economically, or even sometimes thrown in jail. The post-World War II West evolved into a greater social tyranny than the Catholic Church ever was. We are
I don't know about that one.
Living in the Matrix, and most people are still glued into this false reality that never really existed. A sort of parallel dimension. Rather than Plato's cave, we live in Foucault's cardboard box. In that the modern world isn't even cool enough to be a cave. It's a cardboard box to illustrate its artificiality, sterility, and boredom. It's crazy to read books from previous history, as recently as World War I. Back then, people saw the world as incredible, mystical, beautiful, and heroic. Now, our elite hates any genuine feeling, duality, mystery, or drama. Prove me wrong. Our society hates heroism, romance, mystery, honor, the mystical and dramatical.
Yeah, that's definitely why people hate all of those things in movies. Yep.
Believing in anything is cringe. The world that the managers push is an inhuman, cruel, controlled, and depressing place. A place where life itself is boring, sterile, and nothing is worth anything. Once we realize we're stuck in a cardboard box, beyond which is the whole world in all its insanity, is the day we truly start to live. Once we can move past the comforting lies we were fed, even if it's excruciatingly painful and hard, we will start to be able to truly live for the first time. It's getting to be less of a choice as the rain is starting to melt through the cardboard box. We'll end up wet either way, so why not make the jump?
In short, Elon Musk's brain is well and truly cooked. He has ingested enough ketamine that he thinks this guy is brilliant and onto something. And I need to really reiterate for all of you guys that, like, the reason we had to pay attention to what Rudyard was saying here is because apparently Elon Musk watches his videos. And I've got bad news for you. It's probably going to get worse from here as his ego explodes. You know, we're going to get some real...
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Thus concludes part 2. I hope that there's never a part 3, but unfortunately, this dude's very online and is almost certainly going to make a video about how Elon Musk was so right for amplifying his video. After all, he is an avatar of Odin. Thanks, that was awful. My pleasure to serve. Oh, with that, folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It's very important, especially on these longer videos. Go out and do the thing. You know, the thing that helps me. It helps me a lot when you type. And I'm exhausted and have been streaming for over 7 hours now. And thank you all for being here with me. It makes it bearable.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
It's true. I am. With that, segment done. Oh, God. A great psychic beating as always. You know me and my psychic beatings. 7 hours. It's been a 7-hour long stream, guys. I stream a lot. And I'm going to be streaming even more on Friday. We're going to be doing a fundraiser for the PCRF. It's going to be good. And I hope to see you all there. Okay? Very, very, very important. You do stream a lot. It's like it's my job or something. going to raid you guys into Complainy Laney. How about that? Some positive leftist news. You guys might need some of that after the psychic destruction I visited upon you this day. All right, folks. See you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Bye.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors' entrance directly to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.